Hello, everybody. Welcome to Spooky Sprints. Apparently, we're witches. That was
Okay,
news to me,
I
but I'm
have.
always ready with my hat. Yeah, Sam's got to get it together with a hat.
Okay. I don't have
I'm
a
gonna
witch's
take
hat
these
because I
off.
don't know where it is.
That's so valid. So fair.
Mhm.
We're going to be reading, I don't know what we're reading, spooky shit.
True. True.
What are
I
y'all reading?
I have such a huge stack of books right now that I just cannot. I don't know. I want to read something spooky. I think top contender, and I know Aaliyah's gonna say yes to this one. I finally got Mayfly, guys.
Yes.
Woof, woof, woof.
But the other
Hell
one
yeah.
is I started talking to this girl and she told me that she's reading oh my god, what's it called? The Woods All Black by Lee Mandello,
Okay.
which I'd
Yeah.
Oh,
never heard anything about, but I wanted to see y'all's take.
Heavy trigger
mm-hmm.
warning on that one, I think.
Okay.
Or no. It's the other one. I'm not. There's two covers that look similar, but one has eyeballs, and that's The Woods All Black. And there's another book.
Okay.
I think it's called Blackout, and that one is heavy trigger warnings.
Oh, okay.
Good to know.
So you're probably safe.
All right.
Historical queer, yeah, it's good. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Cool.
Well, we were just talking about how wild it is that we're both reading like trans ghost stories set in Appalachia because as she's reading that, I just finished Compound Fracture.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. How was
And we
it?
were like, fantastic. I love Andrew Joseph White.
I have The Spirits Bared Its Teeth on audiobook, so I'm
Yes.
gonna start that soon.
Go off,
Cool.
go off.
Yeah, I've heard good
I
things. I'm
have
a little
I have a
scared.
signed copy of that one, and then I have a signed copy of Compound Fracture, and then I have an unsigned copy of Hell Followed With Us. But God, the light is really
I
doing
know. I
something
did. I
here.
had this. I have the same issue. I'm like, okay, so blinded or decent lighting. I'm hoping to finish reading Woodworm, which Richie,
Ooh.
it's weird, and I only am 16 pages in. Might be up
Okay,
your alley though. It's
okay.
Yeah.
translated from Spanish. She's from Madrid, the author, and it is weird. The writing style is like how I text. Like there's very little punctuation, there's no quote marks. It's just like stream of conscious talk. But it's like she moves back in with her grandma after being in prison for something we don't know. And everything is just weird in this house. Like ghosts bang around and move stuff, and they're like, that's normal. This is just my everyday life. Like there's nothing weird about this. And I'm just sitting here like, oh, so many questions. But it goes back and forth between the grandma's POV, I think from the past, and then
Yeah.
the granddaughter's POV. And they've got like different incidents and like the familial trauma being passed down. I'm intrigued. And it's
Okay.
also short.
I read that too, and it was really good. So,
Yeah.
Richie, I think you would like it.
Okay, work. I'll add it to the list.
'It's
156
a
pages.
little,
Won't take long.
it's a little witchy too.
Ooh.
I have been reading more this month than I have in probably the past 2 years. But I just
Let's
Wow.
finished,
go.
speaking of witchy, I just finished The Sapling Cage too.
Was it
Ooh, that's
good?
pretty.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I really liked it. I wish I'd read it a little bit later because it is very, very, very clearly the first book in a series.
Um,
And I read it like a week after it came out. And so now I just get to sit on my ass for the next year until the next one comes out.
I've done
But I
that
did
so
like
many
it.
times this year with fantasy. I'm just like, oh
Yeah.
no, I've made a mistake.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it hit a point like 150 pages in where I was like, I don't know that anything's happened yet. Like we've kind of been world building the whole time, and I'm fine with that. Like it's cool world building, but I was like, yeah, this is gonna be a series, huh? And then I looked it
This
up,
is
and they
the
were like,
prequel.
there's even a trilogy, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, well,
Brutal.
oops, yeah, but it was good. I did like it.
I have added it to the list. The cover is so pretty.
Me and Alea saw it at one of the bookstores when Alea came to visit me, and we were both gonna buy it, and then
Whatever. It's
Alea
like
was
your
like,
friends or something. I get it.
Dude,
Oh, Aaliyah,
my
I'm gonna
yes.
be in Boise for 2 days in December, like right before
Ooh.
Christmas, though. So like really inconvenient timing.
No.
But
Okay.
if
I wonder how far you are from me, just in general, like
it's a
normally.
seven
Because
and a half hour drive to Boise
uh-huh.
for me. So
okay.
but it means that if I can talk Austin into this car ride, I can talk him into many more car rides to Boise or just Idaho in
Yes.
general. So
Yes.
that's exciting.
Yeah, you should come over. That would be so fun. Or we could go to Oregon.
Yeah,
I've been talking Peyton into drives, so we could make that happen.
yeah.
We're married now,
Yeah.
so now he has to listen to me. So,
True. I got a full house with many spare rooms, many sleeping arrangements.
ooh, tea.
The promise of
Tea.
a trip with no hotel. Ooh.
Right? Right?
That intrigueth me.
Free food and cars. So if
Bro,
you
hell
wanna,
yeah.
like, get out of the house away from me, you can.
Cool.
It's great.
Cool. We should do something. We should do a thing because it was so fun going to see Richie in Minnesota. My Minnesota bookstore blog is going to be up on Tuesday.
I can't wait.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even see, wait, your bookstore vlog? I didn't even see you filming anything.
Yeah, I filmed some stuff. You didn't know. I'm so sneaky. I'm
That's the
just
life
so
of a
Right.
booktuber.
sneaky.
You don't want the people around to notice.
Right, yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
look at me, get B-roll. It's embarrassing.
Yes, the moment somebody comes near me, I'm like, huh, I was scrolling Instagram. What are you
I was
talking
totally
about?
just taking a picture of the book. It was just so I could keep it for later. That's all.
Yeah,
I wasn't recording
for
anything.
That's
sure.
actually so funny that you say that though, because I was thinking while you were there, I was like, it's kind of weird that Aaliyah's not like filming anything right now, because I know normally like she does, like maybe she just wants it to be like, just seeing the sights. That's fine. All right. Like I thought about it
Just
and
in
then
the
was like,
moment.
whatever. I'm not gonna push her and be like, so your channel.
That's so funny. Yeah, I did. I did it on the down low because we went to so many stores too. I was like, if I do like a whole big thing, this is going to be like 10 hours of footage. So I just did like a little bit at all the stores, and then I'm putting it together into like one Minnesota bookstore vlog. It's going to be cool. The Oddmart footage, Richie, I could choke and die. Sam, we need to take you to Oddmart in Minneapolis. It's
Yes.
so good.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's like a really quick drive. It's easy.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like super fast. It'll be like really casual and like
But here's
not
the thing.
inconvenient
If
at all.
we're both in Minnesota, now you have like two reasons. I feel like it's always
That's-
easier to go see people when it's like, hey, I see
Super
more
very-
than one of my friend in one trip.
I can force everybody to see me.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
No, do
I
wanna
need to
start
share this.
traveling more.
You should. I need to share this piece of news with you. So we got another cat.
I knew it.
Richie's like, you're a dumbass. How are you going to move with two cats?
I'm
You're so right. You
simply-
should say it.
I am God. This is
So at some point I'll have to show you her. Her name's Nellie.
absolutely. Oh,
She is this big. She's 7 weeks. And her and Rigby are not friends. So that's
it'll
fun.
take a while. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have
Okay.
tips on how to introduce cats, I'm open
Slowly.
to any and all suggestions.
Listen, I gotta be honest, my cats also are not friends, so I think you're asking the wrong person. Because they've
Yeah.
lived together for a year and they still do not like each other.
Fun.
Yeah, so we have my black cat Kyrie, and we got her with her brother, and then later we got the twins, and we kept the twins locked in a room for like a week or two, and like that was their safe space because we also had a dog, and so it was like, okay, share sense, meet kind of through the door, they're fully aware of each other. Kyrie still doesn't like them, but she will play with them and like be near them and doesn't always fight them. But yeah, just like slowly introducing. And then eventually they'll just learn to either coexist near each other or they'll be friends.
Yeah, we're at that phase right now where half of our house is like her territory and half is his territory. But I rushed it a little at the beginning and like let them see each other, which I probably shouldn't have done. But they didn't burst into a fight, so there's that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
being aware
So
of each other,
whatever.
I don't think is bad. I think just like forcing
Yeah.
them to be together and alone when you're not supervising, that's when it's like
right.
sticky territory.
Yeah, for sure.
Bye.
Yeah, so they're getting used to each other, but it's so funny because Rigby will like stick his paws under the door because he wants to like play with her. And the other day I was like, wonder, like he's clearly playing. Like, how is she receiving this? So I went around the back and she didn't see me and I was peeking at her. And she fully, I mean, just little Puppo was sitting in front of the door going, bah, 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 just beating his ass. I was like, this girl's about to like own the whole fucking house for real.
That's so funny.
Anyways, Rigby doesn't stand a chance in hell. So that's fun. And he's like, he looks full grown. He's only 7 months,
Yeah.
but size difference is crazy. So she's like, you're big and suck my toe beans. Like, I don't want to talk to you at all. So that's fun. It's great. It's a time. But she's like a
I
little
love
angel.
this.
She's so nice. And he is like a teething asshole who just wants to bite everybody. So that's great. So it's like having two siblings, little kids who are not friends.
Yeah.
It's great.
Cats like have full different personalities. Every cat you meet is going to be so different. And so it's like, all right, how can I get to know you? And how can I
Right.
get you to like each other?
Exactly, yeah. So we're getting there, but she's adjusting and everything. But yeah. Yeah, these are the cat
I love
sprints,
this.
actually. You didn't know, but it's the witchy cat sprints today. So that's
You
that's
want to
the
do something
theme.
out? She's already mad
Hi.
at me for grabbing her earlier. Hello,
That's
Bryce.
cool. Well,
I
Sam, what are you reading?
Reading? Don't read
Oh,
Woodworm.
sorry, you already went.
I
I'm
have a
stupid.
lot of things to read though. So like this is priority because the library is going to take my hold away in like 2 days. So I have to finish it. But I also need I have like too many reading vlogs. I have 1, 2, 3.
Same.
I have 4 reading vlogs to come out this week. I've
Oh
not
my
read any
God.
of those books yet.
Sam, I love you so much. Literally, that's me. I'm like halfway through, I think like 4 vlogs.
I have
So, kill
notes
myself.
to like make it easy for myself. Like I've got a checklist of like what I need to read, what I need to review. So like
You're
we'll get
amazing.
there. It's just like the reading part that I struggle with. Hello.
See, this is me. Trying to find time to read and edit at the same time for different things is insane. I've been up till 2 a.m. the last 3 nights in a row. 2 nights was for editing, and 1 night was for Halloween party.
You know, I was up
Hello, and I
until
still have 4 vlogs that aren't done. What the hell?
yeah, no, I was up until 1 editing today's vlog that went up. And it's not doing well. And I'm like, please, I poured my heart and soul into this one. It's funny. It's fun. Please watch it. Like I was just like,
Dude, when you put
I
your
stayed
whole
up so
bookie into the
late.
video, they don't watch it.
Yeah. No, I changed the
Criminal.
title already. I was like, okay, maybe they don't like the clickbait title. Okay, we'll change it. Please. I'm respecting you, I promise.
Yeah.
It was such a bad book, but like I'm trying to be so like I didn't roast it as hard as I could have. Have you guys heard of Does It Hurt by H.D. Carlton?
I have not.
Oh, yeah. So it's like a dark, dark, dark romance. I would say that it's like a horror thriller with a weird amount of inappropriate sex and relationship. But
Fun.
it was a wild. There's a scene in which he is trying to end her life because she stole his identity. So he takes her onto the ocean, feeds the shark, cuts her lip, sticks her head in the water, does the nasty with her, doesn't kill her. Then they get shipwrecked and stranded. And that's like chapter 7.
Wait, whoa, whoa. Okay, if somebody steals my identity, my first move is not going to be like shark orgy. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? Rigby's here. Rigby is also so pissed off today. My in-laws came to visit, and he's like, "Everybody needs to
Oh,
get the fuck out of my
there's
house. I don't
too
want
many people.
Nelly here." He's just being a butthole,
Yeah.
you
It's
know?
been a busy month for him.
Yeah, it's been a rough one for all of us, to be honest. I can't even blame him because I'm in a mood too. Yeah, you like my hat? Thank you, sir. What's on your chin? You look weird. Anyway.
So cute.
Ooh, Dark Romance on KU.
No, I love Carnival anything.
Carnival.
I have a Carnival
Thank you.
horror vlog coming out.
Ooh, that
Okay.
sounds really fun. Hi.
Can I
Okay,
can
there's
I
a
ask
lot
a
of
dumb
books
question?
called No Place to Hide.
What's KU?
Oh,
Kindle Unlimited.
Unlimited.
Aha,
The
gotcha.
good old Bezo books.
Yeah, aka Smut O'Clock.
It's a
Rigby's
novella.
here.
It's only 99 pages.
Ooh. Hey, you're messing up my vibe. Rude.
Which
He was
hours
like,
are
you're not a
over?
witch. He's like, which
How did
o'clock
I
is
make
over?
that
It's
this
Rigby
month?
o'clock. Oh
I will
yeah.
tell you. So when because I went to the rave and we went as Lock, Shock, and Barrel from Nightmare Before Christmas. We got the masks for
Cute.
them, and then my friend Mariah is fantastically crafty. Crocheted these super cute little straps for us, but also bedazzled the masks.
Dude, that's so sick.
Richie, you're just living my life. That's Incredible. No
Doing
notes.
what I can.
It's so good. I love it so much.
I almost showed up in that, but it's so big. It's Mariah says it gives Easter Island because if I actually
Yeah,
uh,
it kind of does. She's kind of right.
that's okay though.
You're like Edward. You're so sparkly. The sun is just shining.
This is the skin of a killer, Bella.
Oh my God. Hey,
I'm so
my
happy we're
wig
here
hat,
today.
bro.
I'm so happy you're here. Ugh.
We're so happy Rigby to talk up my
You're
stuff.
so cute.
Hi, you weirdo. Oh yeah, now
So
you want to.
this month I read Sapling Cage, I read Compound Fracture, I also read Anxious People by Frederick Backman. Frederick Bachman, I don't know. I also read Open Throat by Henry Hoke that I borrowed from Alea, and I also read Nestlings by Nat Cassidy that I borrowed from Alea.
Let's go.
Bangers.
And I have to say, I'm still on that Nat Cassidy grind. Everybody should read Nestlings. Like all of them
Bro.
were good. I don't think there was one that I disliked in the bunch, but Nestlings was so good.
I think I need to read it because I have read 27 books this month and only one has been a 5-star and it was a reread. So it doesn't even count.
Okay.
So
Brutal.
I need to start reading like good books again.
Well, it's just wild to me that so the last one was about menopause, this one's about pregnancy, and he's still just hitting it out of the park. I was like, Nat, what's up?
How do you understand women?
Dude, I'm so excited for his next book. I think it comes out in March of 2025.
Is it just
The
a
Wolf
werewolf book or is it like a wolf book? So those are two different vibes.
I don't know. I gotta check my Goodreads because I'm uneducated. What's it even called? Something about whatever. Nat Cassidy.
I know. I'm like Googling it right
The
now. I know
wolf
it's
one. You know.
Home.
God.
Nat Cassidy.
When the wolf comes home.
Runaway hiding in the bushes outside
This little.
When the wolf comes home, yeah.
There she is.
This is
I do like
perfect
the
for
cover.
fans of Stephen King.
I'll be
Also
honest,
about a woman. Oh,
it doesn't quite sound my vibe. Like the whole like on the run type of stories for horror are my favorite.
okay.
But I'm sure he'll probably make it better than this tiny, tiny, tiny synopsis.
Yeah, I agree.
300 pages and it's like barely 2 paragraphs.
Well, he says in his in his own review on Goodreads that Mary was an homage to unreliable narrators, J-horror, giallo, and serial killers, and the Nestlings was the homage to 70s paranoia and vampires and potboiler. He said this new book is his homage to 80s action horror paperbacks, the kind you might pick up in an airport or a grocery store. It's a chase novel.
Interesting. I just read Gila, which is those lizards, but the rate from the atomic bomb in New Mexico made them big and eat people, and it was bad. So I don't know if like 80s paperback horror novels are for me.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think that's one of my favorite things about horror, honestly, is that it's there are so many different subgenres that you can write off an entire subgenre and still have like so many things to read that you will never read them all.
Yeah.
Also, sorry I interrupted you, Alea. Are we reading?
Well, how long of a sprint do we want? Let's start with that question.
I don't care.
Yeah, 30, 45? What do you want?
Yeah. My sprints on my channel, because I've been doing them so much this month, I'm like, yeah, we're going to go for an hour and we'll just hang out for like a little talking bit and then we're going to do stuff.
Dang.
So that's been my life.
Bro. I say let's do a 45. Because I need to eat and then I also need to read something. I haven't read shit this month and it's embarrassing. Granted, I also got married at the end of September and then had a honeymoon and then came back to chaos at work. But like, it's still, I need to get it together. What the hell?
I think you have like a little bit of excuse.
Yeah,
A little bit.
I think you're all good.
I'm just like, girl, you're a mess. You need to get it together. And other people
Well,
are
I'll be
like,
honest.
oh, well,
I don't know how
you
you
know,
planned that wedding for essentially by yourself for months because I was there for 2 days and I was like, I'm about to pass out on the ground. I'm so tired right now. Like, oh my god.
bro, it was brutal. I'm gonna
Yeah.
be honest. I told Peyton, I was like, I'm never doing this again. We're not renewing vows. Don't even breathe in my vicinity with wedding shit ever again, ever,
Yeah.
ever on this earth. If I have a daughter, literally, screw you. Plan your own wedding. I'm over
Yeah.
it. Never again.
It is hilarious how like the weddings are always for the bride and it's like this big nice event, but the bride is
Bullshit.
just stressed the entire time because they have to make sure
Yeah.
everything is going okay. And I'm sure
Well,
it's the
and
same
then
for the
some
groom, but like,
people,
oh, it's just too much.
yeah, some people, I mean, their families like plan the whole thing for them. Like I've heard some people say that. And other people, I don't know, maybe theirs was really low key or whatever, but ours wasn't even big. I can't even imagine doing like a destination wedding or like something like that. That would be, I'd be in the fucking grave. No joke. I would
Yeah.
be,
You have to get a wedding planner for that, I imagine. If you're doing a destination
yeah,
wedding, I don't think
no
you can
way.
get away just planning it by yourself.
Yeah, but even
No.
then, like, you still have to like handle so much all the time. Like, make sure the family's
Yeah.
having a good time. Like, I don't think the wedding is ever necessarily for the bride and groom. It's just for the family. The honeymoon is where
Mhm.
you like drop the money and like that's your time. The
Yeah, but
wedding is just
even
like
then,
the official paperwork.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, even for us, like the honeymoon is also stressful because you have to do, if you're traveling at least, like for me, if I'm in an airport, I'm not having a good time. I don't care where we are. This shit sucks. You know what I mean? So I got home and I was like, was that worth it? I was like, I'm never leaving home again. Me on a plane? Never again. It's like the hell with that. With the connecting flights, it got all messed up getting back. They lost my bags twice. Like it was a mess. We were
What?
2 days late coming back to work. It was it was a time I had to call my aunt and be like, "Hey, girl, can I stay in your basement at the end of my honeymoon? Because I'm stranded in the middle of the night in
Oh
an
no.
airport." And she was like, "Yeah." It was like I got home and I was like, "Oh God."
I'm never leaving.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
sounds rough.
Well, it
And I
was.
know half your honeymoon was also like you were doing things. Like you weren't just coming to hang
Yeah,
out with me. You were coming to look and see if you liked the town and like see all the areas and what the housing market looked like and all that stuff. So you didn't even really get a break when you came to visit me because we were
Yeah.
like go, 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 go.
yeah. I feel like we probably should have had that be a separate trip. I got like halfway through and was like, maybe we shouldn't have been like, let's tour the state we want to move to on our honeymoon. That's not really a chill time, you know? But I was like, I have the time off work. Like, let's just do it before the snow hits and
Yeah.
whatever. We did the thing and it was fun, but I got home and I was like, damn, I really could have just relaxed and I that didn't happen. So that's cool.
But hey,
Yeah,
now you're a
you
little bit more
you both
informed.
did by the last day seem like just like it was just a
Yeah.
glaze
Oh,
over
we
the
were
eyes. You were beat.
yeah, yeah, we were dragging.
You
We
just
were
make your
beat.
next travel thing the honeymoon. Just be like, that is the time for
Yeah.
relaxation. That's the time where we'll celebrate us.
Yeah. I mean,
This
I
was
feel
business.
like yeah, and even if you have like a wedding planner and people are helping you with stuff, it's just so much mental energy. Like you have to make so many decisions, and I hate that. Down to like little mini shit that nobody gives a shit about and nobody's even gonna know, but you have to make that call on everything, and it's stupid. And they expect you to care about things you don't give a shit about. Like people are like asking me as a bride, like, "Oh, well, do you want this or that?" And I'm just trying to not be like, literally, I don't give a shit. They expect
I
you to care
actually
about
don't care.
fabric. I'm like, the way I don't give a rat's ass about this fucking ribbon color on these bouquets, ma'am. My hands are
I,
gonna cover it. Like,
I was literally just gonna say I
I
can't
don't
remember
give
if it
a
was
shit.
if you said it here or if it was a text to me. But when you were like, "Yeah, so I picked out the ribbon on your bouquet, the color of that, so nobody's gonna see it because your hands are fully covering it, but no, that I picked that."
Dude, literally, yes. It's out of pocket. The amount of like little things people are like, well, what about this and what about that? And then you have to think things through, like how the florist is like, well, how do you want the flowers to attach to the arch? I don't know. Get a zip tie. Like what?
I don't know. That's your
I
job to
don't
tell
know.
me how you do it. I don't
Yeah,
care.
I'm like, brother, I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Elope and then go on like a really fun honeymoon where you don't see anybody and you're not doing any work or thinking about anything. That's what you have to do.
In the
That's
state
the
of
chillest time.
Colorado, you can marry yourself without having a witness.
Well, that's cool as hell.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can just go to the top of a mountain, elope with your fiance, and hang out in Colorado. And you don't have to talk to a soul except for like the one time you have to go to the court and be like, hey, can you make sure this is official? Then you're done.
Yeah,
That's pretty sick.
that is pretty sick. I would recommend that. Something where you don't have to see people and you don't have to make decisions. That's the
Yeah, and then
best
like do
route
like a
forward.
family party later. And be like,
Yeah, do
look,
like a family barbecue
you
and be
can
like,
party
I'm
and I don't
married.
care.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
I'm saying my mom's second wedding, she invited everybody over for a 4th of July barbecue, and then halfway through the barbecue was like, surprise, we're getting married. And then 15 minutes, they stood up there, they got married, and then they were like, anyway, back to the barbecue. Like, it was super
Yeah,
chill.
no,
That's the
my parents
move.
are like, yeah, we're just gonna go to the courthouse. And you can be the witness. And I'm like, oh, okay. What is your thing
Sick.
here? Why don't you get on
That's
the desk
smart.
and I'll resituate? There you go. Oh, you cats. Cuties. Has to
Little
be in my
cat
lap,
cutie.
or else she's going to destroy everything. There you go. Okay.
All right.
I love it. Which mode activated?
I'm ready.
Dude, Richie's got the background and everything.
I know. I've got 2 pumpkins.
One of the friends actually who I went to the rave with gave me this because it was in the back of his car, and we were talking about how my birthday was coming up, and he was like, wait, do you like tablecloths? And he's like, this is a tablecloth that I have on my wall. It's covering up another thing that I normally have on my wall.
Oh my god.
No, I do love it though.
So
The way I thought you were going to say it's covering another tablecloth.
Richie does actually love tablecloths. Fun fact.
listen, if my
Fun
entire
fact.
living room wall was covered in tablecloths, what of it? What's it to you?
You know, that's honestly like a really cheap like way to decorate your walls. I never really thought about
It's
that. So,
Smart.
oh my god,
It's
yeah.
huge. So it's taking up a decent amount of space, and it's kind of a cute, fun place to film. And
Sure is.
I don't have
I
to
like
worry
it.
about putting up all of my other art. So works out for me.
I
I
like
have
it.
one singular thing hung, like one art thing on all of my walls in my house. I've lived here for 6
cannot
years.
relate, and I kind of wish I hadn't, because when I move, I'm gonna be caulking 8,000 holes in this apartment for like probably a good week. So what are you gonna do?
That's a mood. That's a mood. All right. Are we ready to sprint?
Yeah, I will for
Yeah.
sure read. I did not spend 3 hours of my own sprints yesterday watching YouTube instead of reading.
Sam, the whole point of sprints is to keep you accountable. You're out
I
here
know.
just not completing the assignment.
Yeah, no, it was bad. I was like, well, I'm watching Girl Historians because I love their podcast. I'm gonna watch about the Beatles. I have to finish
Oh my
them because they
God.
dropped 5 episodes at once. Can't
Sam,
do anything
you
Well, it
until I
wasn't
finish.
even like I'm watching
You gotta
another
read.
booktuber to get ideas. Just fully.
Just fully, I need to know everything about the Beatles. It's a really funny podcast.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah,
Oh
they're Canadian
my
too,
God.
and so it's like it's
It
a
works.
fun podcast. And so they dropped 5 episodes, 4 of them being about the Beatles. And I was like, I guess this is all I'm gonna do with my life now, because I have to watch them legally. So
Ugh.
now I have a lot of weird information about the Beatles in my head. Most of it is sad.
Honestly.
Yeah, what a tragic band.
I'm trying to. Oh, the other book that I could read if I'm not reading Mayfly, I just started Legends and Lattes.
Oh, I just finished that.
Okay.
Did you like it?
I did.
Cute,
For
okay.
somebody who does not like cozy books, it was pretty sweet. There was enough plot that kept me gripped because like I was anticipating the like big things to happen. So I was like, like the ball's gonna drop. So I was waiting for those things and it kept me hooked. But also like I would die for Thimble. So when you meet Thimble, that's when it gets good.
I'll let
I've
you know.
heard
I'm
about
only like a
Thimble.
chapter in.
Yeah. Thimble, I think it's maybe closer to like the 3rd into it. But
Okay. I'm trying to find a
Sweet
way where this
character.
lighting doesn't make me want to scream.
Cool. We're sprinting.
We're sprinting.
Sprint.
See you in
Sprint.
45 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. Where's my banner at? There she is. Ooh, it's green. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna read what the hell's my book called?
Yeah, what
That's
are you
not what it's
reading?
called. I'm reading it's called When You Give a Lawyer a Kiss. It's on Kindle Unlimited. I haven't decided if it's ass or not yet. So TBD on if it's good. What really pisses
Okay.
me off is there's typos in the spicy scenes.
Oh.
If you can't spell words right in the spicy scene, how am I supposed to believe any of this shit? Anyway, it's fine.
Hey.
Anyways.
I'm reading it for a vlog. I'm reading it for a vlog. I just want it to get good, but it's a employee boss age gap romance. So we'll see. And of course, the girl is younger. And of course, she's still talking about high school. Man, you're 23 years
Yeah.
old. I need you to get your brain out of high school, please.
Oh, but she's so
This man is
baby.
35 years old. Girly pop,
Oh.
he's 35. If you're trying to bone, then quit talking about high school. I don't have time. Anyways, let's sprint.
We'll talk about it later,
Anyway,
okay?
All right.
At least we get to work so
On that note.
On that note, Halloween.
Heyo.
Hello.
Hello. Witchy mode activated.
Back in action.
How's everybody's reading going?
Solid. I'm on page 64. So
Let's go.
yeah, we're getting there though. I like it a lot so far.
Oh, good. I was gonna say, do
Yeah.
you love Maeve yet?
Yes, 100%. No, I support women's rights, and more importantly, I support women's wrongs.
Oh yes.
She's so rad.
Oh yes. That book made me cry.
Me
5
too,
stars.
at the
It's like
end.
one of the first books this year that I gave 5 stars. Like one of my favorites of the year.
Okay. Yeah, I'm nervous because I cry at stuff all the time, and multiple people have told me they cried at Mayfly, so I might be a disaster, but
Ooh.
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you'll either be a disaster or like it won't hit you the same. And you'll just
Yeah.
be like, okay, y'all are soft.
I've heard a lot of people say they don't like Maeve,
I love her.
but I think it's good. Once you read the end, then it I don't know, it really hit for me, but maybe I was just PMSing. That's also a possibility. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I was listening to it at work and I was like tearing up explaining it to my coworker and she's like, "Are you good?" And I'm like, "No, actually, I'm really not. This isn't what I thought."
Same. I wasn't okay either. At all.
I feel like I love a book that makes me cry when I completely didn't expect to cry. Like I cried reading Chouette by
Oh, really?
Clara Shetsky. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I brought it to the coffee shop that I work at now, actually, before I worked there. I'm sitting there in the lobby reading it, and I got to the end, and I'm like bawling in public, and I was like, "Oh,
No.
interesting."
Gotta love a
You
good
wouldn't
public
expect
cry.
yeah, you wouldn't expect that weird owl book to make you cry.
No, and then yeah, I was knocked out at the end of that book. I really loved it. So I'm hoping this is another one where it takes me off guard and makes me cry. My cat is sitting right next to me right now, so I'm sorry if I like keep looking down.
No, same. Mine's on my lap, and I'm just like, "You're just so sweet." Whenever she looks at me, I'm like, "Oh, can't do that.
That's
It's so
gonna make me
cute."
cry. You being so cute.
Mm. Oh, now you're gonna leave me because I've talked about you on camera. It's okay. You're so sweet. I watched a Sims video because the new expansion comes out that I'm so excited for. But I did also read 11 pages.
Hey.
I was
We'll
like, once
take
I
it,
finish
love
this
that.
video, then I'll read, and I won't get back on YouTube. But I'm just so excited.
Go
That's
off. What's
awesome.
the expansion pack?
It's life and death, so it's all about death, and they're adding rebirth, and you can play
Cool.
the Grim Reaper career, and ghosts have like
Fun.
purpose now. Yeah, it's very exciting. I think it's probably the most excited I've been for an expansion pack.
Okay. That
So,
sounds
The
sick.
Grim Reaper stuff sounds cool.
yes, I'm very, very, very excited. You can also sleep with the Grim Reaper again, and you can have his kids.
Hell
And
yeah. Grim Reaper babies. We love that.
yeah, his babies get like a scythe tattoo, like or birthmark.
Whoa.
And they have like a special trait.
Okay.
So
Cool.
I'm like, okay. It's like
That's rad.
the town is called Ravenswood. It's like very spooky gothic. And there's a lot of furniture that like they named after Edgar Allan Crow because there's the new Crow death type. But it like all
Yeah.
ties into like his poetry and stuff. It's so funny. So yeah,
Cool.
that's been my life. Because it comes out on Halloween, and so like Booktober will
Ooh.
end, and then my Sims obsession will begin.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, I read some. Well, I ate enchilada, and then I read some mid-tier smut. So whatever.
Okay.
But the man in here is very jealous in a way that I don't like super love. Like his inner monologue is like, I'm walking across this room and I'm being dominant. Oh my god, what? Are you a dog? Like, oh my god, it's a
Oh
lot.
boy.
It's a lot. And then he's like, I shook this guy's hand and I gave him a firm handshake. What? Firm handshake? Hello? Because I'm asserting my dominance. first of all, that guy's gay. Second of all, get some help because you need therapy. You don't need to be dating a child.
I will be honest,
Anyway,
I have met many a men that are like, sorry, if the handshake isn't good, I won't respect you. And I'm like, that's
Yep.
wild. That's such a bizarre take to have.
I mean, I've also had some really bad handshakes where I'm like, oh, I already hate you. That was like limp fish, and I'm scared. That was too much. You know,
No,
too
that's
much.
fair.
If I get the vibe that a guy is gonna be one of those handshake bros, I give like a way too firm handshake. So like, and not even like to assert my dominance, just to be like, "This is what you want, King? Is this it?"
Here you go.
And
You can kiss my
ooh,
hand.
honestly, that might be the move.
I love
Uh,
nothing more when a man goes, and I go,
I've given him the
I don't
old
shake hands.
sideways high five with the wrong hand. They hold
Oh,
out their right
yeah.
hand, and I just hit him from the back.
I
Just
should do
really
that.
throw off their game.
Yeah. I don't like handshakes. I've never liked them. I'm like, don't shake my hand. We don't need to be formal. Either pretend that nothing is happening or we're cool and you'll give me a hug goodbye. Like, there's no
Yeah.
in between. If it's professional, don't touch me.
Honestly, you're so real for that.
Yeah, especially when it's a stranger, the touching thing is really weird. It's like, no, you just stay in your own bubble. Don't be up in my bubble. We don't need to do
I don't
that.
know when you
I
last
don't.
washed your hands. Like, I don't really want to touch at all. It's
Yeah.
not my thing.
One of my friends at the rave last night apologized if she got too touchy-feely at the rave because she gave me a hug like once and was like, "Yeah, I just can't get the vibe off of you if you hate physical contact." And I was like, "I appreciate that. I just don't really know that I initiate it. Like, I'm fine if if
Yeah.
one of my friends hugs me, I'm like, work,
Mm-hmm.
let's go. But I'm not really the
Mm-hmm.
guy to be like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, like
Yeah.
that's just not really the vibe."
No, I'm the same way. It's like if it's
Mhm.
overly like if friends are overly touchy, I'm like, you could take it down a notch. But
Yeah.
also like as somebody who goes to raves and have been around a lot of people on drugs, I'm like, you're not you right now. Like do whatever you
Yeah.
gotta do. Like I get it.
Yeah.
like you think
Fuck
you're in
you.
love with me right now, and I'm gonna just let you feel the vibes, and I'm not gonna ruin your night for it.
Well, you have a good time with that.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I know, I'm not like that either. At the Halloween party last night, there was a girl who came up and like lately I've been having this thing where strange people try to talk to me, like at my wedding, where I'm like, I don't really know you. You're like somebody's somebody or something. I don't really know you directly, but they stand too close to me, and I'm like, ooh. And I don't know how to like back up without being like, ugh, you know what I mean? Like I don't know how, especially when you're in heels and you're like, I can put it in reverse, but it's gonna be weird. You know what I mean?
Do
So I had that last night, and this girl's like talking to me, and she's like hella drunk, which like go off. Um, and she's gay, and she was talking to me about when she was married to a straight guy, and then she went down like a sexual rabbit hole, and I was like, I don't know you, so I'm gonna just sit here and sip my Malibu and see where this conversation goes.
I love a drunk girl
And
at a
then she
party.
got kind of
The
like
deep
touchy.
secrets.
Yeah, but I was like, girl, I barely even know your name. Like, this is a lot. But then she got like oh, we're besties, and now she's standing like right here and like trying to touch me, and I was like, okay, too much, too much. I don't know how to escape those scenarios.
No
I don't
idea.
like it.
Do you think it's like a post 2020 thing? Because I feel like
Maybe,
I used to not care.
yeah.
That's
I feel like
true.
it used to, yeah, it used to be like not a thing, and now I'm like, this person is too close to me,
Mhm.
and it's not like they're
Also,
like
like,
right
yeah, like the
here.
setting. If it's a drunk girl I don't know coming up to me, I'm like, okay, girl, like we could
Yeah,
distance. But like at a rave, if a stranger comes up and they're like, is it cool if I like touch you? I'm like, whatever. It's just like a very different vibe for me. Like house party,
Yeah.
distance. Rave,
yeah,
I get it. We're throwing elbows, like whatever. Like it's
Yeah.
just a very different atmosphere. But like if I'm in the grocery
yeah,
store and somebody like reaches next to me to get the cheese, I'm like, you could just ask me to move and I'll do it. Like, don't come near me.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was a house party, and I think that's why it was like, oh, you know.
Like, there's space.
Yeah, there's room for you to not be next to me.
I guess maybe that's also the thing is like if there is room for you to not be right up in my space and you're choosing to be, that hits different than like like at the rave, it was like we were all just kind of like packed in there.
Yeah, you're
so
like
like when people
sardine.
were like this far away from my face, I was like, well, I mean, that's where we're at. That's fine. But yeah, if we're just hanging out in a space and you could be 2 feet away from me and you're
Yeah.
choosing to not do that, I don't know that I love that for you.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you're hanging out in your car in a parking lot and there's like a lot of spaces because you're like outside a mall and somebody parks right next to you and you're like,
Yeah.
what the hell, man? There's all this whole place and
Yeah.
you need to be right
The
here.
world is your
It's
oyster.
rude. It's
Yeah.
rude. Anyways, hi.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to our hot takes.
That's the hot take. Also, I have a thing I wanted to chat with you guys about that I've been thinking about for a while. I've been wanting to do a readathon, like
Okay.
Yes.
host my own. And
Okay.
I was talking to Allie, my friend Allie from Allie Does Read about it, like almost like a year ago. It was like last December, and we came up with like an idea for it and like some prompts and stuff. And I made like some little graphics for it, and then I got too busy and never did it, like never did an announcement video or anything. And
Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking about doing it, but I also am like I don't want to do it by myself, and I've never done it before.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I wanted to do one that was kind of based on like a map where there would be like different locations on the map and then like a different prompt for each location. So I
Mm-hmm.
was thinking kind of like Candyland where there's like the peppermint forest and stuff, where it would be like a candy world and you're like trying to get home and home is like a gingerbread house at the end. So I don't
Witch
know.
included.
But
No, I love
it
that.
seemed fun, but I've never hosted a readathon before and I'm nervous about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're fun.
Thoughts?
I've hosted myself one like the first year on my channel with some friends, and then I've co-hosted 2 in September. And they're fun. You just host some sprints. You can have co-hosts so you don't have to do it alone. And then you just
Hmm.
announcement video, TBRs, graphics, and then people join. You can have a Discord if you want.
Hmm.
I know that a lot of readathons have been going like Discord exclusive, where you have to be in the
Mm.
Discord to get the prompts and to have like access to everything.
Oh,
I don't think that's great for like a first readathon because it's
yeah,
not easy to get people to like cross platform as often, but people are
yeah.
starting to get more used to it. But if it's something like
Hmm.
a map, then it's just easy. Anyone can do it. It's not as
Hmm.
overwhelming.
Yeah, that's a good point. I
I'm
think it
not
would be
sure that
fun to
I'm
do it.
entirely clear on what a readathon entails.
That's a good point.
Uh, a month long, typically, sometimes shorter, community
Okay.
events where people come together for themed reading. Like Vampathon is happening right now. It started yesterday and it's going to
Mm.
Halloween. And she's got like a bingo board with different prompts on it. And it's basically
Mhm.
like read books to complete the prompts in this time frame. And then
Oh,
you can market it as a Vampathon reading vlog or Vampathon Instagram post. And then it kind of gets the community together, but also a lot of eyes get on that kind of stuff. So it's good
yeah,
like
Mhm.
growth.
for sure.
But yeah. Aurelium is a big one that happens
Yeah.
kind of like 3 times a year. But that's like set at a magical school, very D&D, where like
Okay.
you make a character and then you take classes, and based on the classes you read prompts or you get prompts to read books.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're very fun. They're
Yeah.
happening like it they're so fun and I do love them. But as somebody who like wants to be a completionist and perfectionist and like wants to be in everything and like be in the community, when there's
Mhm.
like 9 happening in a month and I'm
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
a
do like
lot.
3, I feel like I'm going to die. There's
Yes.
so much.
that's
Yeah, I feel like there's certain times of the year where there's like a ton of them, and it's a lot.
Yeah. Like September I was co-hosting too, on top of participating in others, and I was like, this is rough. I don't ever want anybody to ever do anything in I think April or September because that's when Aurelium happens. And it's like that's already big.
Mhm.
If you want to host a
Yeah,
readathon in the same month, no, I can't.
yeah. And then in July, it's Summerween.
Yeah, July summer
And that
wane.
one's
Luckily,
great.
that usually only happens for like a week though,
Yeah.
so that kind of helps.
I mean, you could do one in like January, February, and do like a we're trying not to be in our reading slump in the grossest months of the year readathon.
hmm Yeah, I was thinking if I'm gonna do this one that I was thinking about, I'd like to do a winter one. But also Christmas is so crazy for everybody too. And it's always crazy for me too. So I feel
I
like
did
post
my
Christmas.
first readathon for December, and it was like I don't know what we called it, but it was cute. We had like a little bingo board and graphics and stuff, and then we did like a giveaway for the people that participated, and so we did like a
Cool.
raffle, and we bought somebody a book off their Amazon. There was 4 of us pitching in, so it was like, okay, we can get some people in, and this was when we were like babies.
Cool.
But it was a lot of fun, and it was December, so it was like a bingo board, and it was still like chilled and laid back, where it's like you can participate pretty easy, and like I think you only had to read like 3 or 4 books.
Cool. Oh, that's sick. I like that. I also had another idea for one that could be more like Christmassy. Do you guys remember the like Heat Miser and the Freeze Miser
My favorite
from that?
people ever, yeah.
Hell
It
yeah.
would
Those
be it
songs
would be
slap,
cool, right? Yeah,
and
what
we did
about
a
like
block
a Heat
party,
Miser,
and they were
Freeze
painted on the
Miser like
wall.
really? Oh, that's sick.
In
Okay.
Portland, we were like, let's go to this random block party rave, and they were like on opposite ends of this massive wall in like the weirdest like industrial little area of downtown Portland. I'm like, this is everything. This is fantastic.
That would be really cool. I was thinking it might be cool to do a readathon where there's like two teams where like I have like a me and then a co-host, and it could be like one team is the Heat Miser team and the other one's the Freeze Miser team.
No,
Because I've
I
seen ones
am obsessed with that
before.
idea.
I think it could be really cool, and it could be one that's more chill too.
Yeah, no, that sounds super fun, especially because it's
Yeah.
team based. That it's like you don't have
hmm
to like be the main person to do all the stuff. Like you can just have
Right.
like you can read a book or two for it, and it counts.
hmm
No, I do love that.
Yeah.
I have a readathon that I've been working on, but it's like
Ooh.
an escape room type of puzzle game where it's like you read books to unlock puzzles to find out like the murder mystery of it all. And so I have
Love it.
like half of the stuff done. It's so much work. And I'm like, I'll
Right.
do it in November. And I'm like, no, you're not doing it in November. You're gonna chill after Booktober or you'll die.
Yeah.
But
That
yeah,
sounds really cool.
I love readathons.
Awesome. I do too. I've never hosted one. I think it'd be fun to do that at some point. It's a goal. It's a goal I have to try and
Go
come
on.
up with a readathon and all the stuff and host it and everything.
Yeah, I think you should. They're fun. And also like you can have like 7,000 co-hosts to help you and be like, all right, I'm gonna have 2 teams, but there's 4 hosts per team to help. And I find that works well as author because then it's not like overbearing for the hosts. Because I did
Mhm.
one in September where it was just me and another host. And so like if one of us was unavailable, like I had a death in the family during it, and I was like, I don't got time right now to like deal with this. I have to help my mom. And she was like,
Yeah,
yeah, I can take care of it. But there was only the 2 of us. Whereas my other readathon,
right.
there was 4 of us. And I was like, hey, I gotta step back. And they're like, we got this, don't worry. And it was like less stress.
Yeah.
So
hmm
pros and cons to both sides. It's like a
Yeah,
little bit smaller community base, but
yeah, that's a really good point. Okay. I feel like
I'll
I
do some
know
research
enough
and I'm down to
people.
help.
Yeah, I think it'd be really fun, especially doing like sprints and stuff for it. I think that'd be really dope.
oh yeah.
But I feel like I know enough people now on BookTube where I feel like I could have like a good team of co-hosts who are like down to clown and do some stuff. I think it'd be really cool.
Absolutely. Also like sprint games and stuff. Like having
Ooh,
like trivia or little mini games in between sprints, always fun.
I like that idea too. Okay, fun. I have to think
Maybe
about it.
in the fall.
But it would be cool to do one this winter because I feel
That would
like
be fun.
other than Christmas, I don't have anything going on. Like especially January, February. Not that I need to have stuff going on. It's been pretty crazy lately, but you know.
Well, I mean, similarly to the book club making you read, you set up a readathon that you're hosting in January, February. It's like, well,
Right.
no reading slump this year.
hmm Yeah, that's super true. Because I always get really slumpy and weird in February too.
Yeah.
'Cause it's so like cold and snowy and everything. So that could be fun.
Yeah, January, February are usually like my slowest months because January I'm like, I don't have to read a book. I have to just do all my end of year content. I don't have to touch
Yeah.
anything this year. It's all about last year, baby.
Hmm.
And so I read like 4 books in January. It's like, well,
Yeah.
maybe that wasn't helpful.
Yeah, I feel that. Okay, maybe I'll put some more thought into that. Come up with some more fleshed out ideas because that could be really cool.
If you want any help, let me know. I've got a lot of prompts living rent free in my head all the time because I'm making so many
That is
like
super
TBR
helpful.
game prompts. So I'm just like,
Ooh, hell yeah. Can always use a prompt. I feel like I get a few in and then I'm like, wait, my prompts are getting repetitive and I need something else. You know?
that's fair.
Okay. Maybe I'll talk to Allie and some other people too and just see who's down to host a readathon this winter. Because we gotta do some stuff. I also really like the like community events and sprints and all that stuff that happens around the holidays. I think
Yeah.
it's really cool. Like I think I'm gonna do Vlogmas this year. I'm not gonna do every day because I don't hate myself.
It's hard.
But I'm gonna do something.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do 12 days of Bookmas and do like a
Ooh.
chiller version of Vlogmas because I did Booktober. I've done my dues for the year, I think.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I keep seeing your cute little Booktober thumbnails coming up in my feed. I'm like,
Thanks.
oh my god, it's Sam. This is so cute.
Yeah, no, it's nice that like it's all the same now. I'm just like, oh, I can just copy and paste and then just take a picture and move things around. And it's been a
Yeah.
game changer. Like I don't have to be super creative right now.
Hmm.
But
That is really cool. My thing
home
is
stretch, home stretch.
having to, yeah, no kidding. Having to edit all that stuff is a lot.
Yeah, no, I keep telling myself, I'm like, oh, it's so easy, but then I procrastinated everything. So I'm doing it all in the month of October instead of like doing it in September for October. And so I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
the
when I
easy stuff.
realized,
And then editing takes like 4 hours, and you're like, wait, I've miscalculated.
dude, when I realized you were doing that, I was like, I'm gonna pray for her. That is crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm gonna try to pre-film some stuff for Vlogmas, I think. But I need to consult my list of December video ideas. That would be fun.
Yeah. Gotta get the staples and get some tags for the holiday,
Hmm.
TBRs, wrap ups, all the like basic stuff, and then fill it with whatever.
Yeah. I have not done a wrap up. Have I done a single wrap up this whole year? I don't think I have. I just straight up don't do them.
I started this year again in summer, I think. I was like, I should do this again because I stopped reading every single book in every video. And so now I've just like read some things for myself. I'm like, oh, I actually have something to talk about in a wrap up.
Right. Yeah,
But
that's true. I feel like I've vlogged so much that it's like, is there a point? And then by
yeah,
the end of the month, I'm like, I don't remember what you know, I'm just like, oh, that book was shit, and I've moved on with my life. You know what I mean?
I've started in my like online, okay, sorry. On my, like tracker book spread. I've started tracking my 25, 50, 75, and 100% like thoughts as I'm reading the books. And so just like
Wow.
quick
Okay.
little like, this is really bad because XYZ, so that I can later talk about it. But
Mhm.
also it helps me remember. I already remember books decently well, but having just like written a little bit on it, I'm like, yeah, no, I remember everything at this point.
Hmm.
I know it all. And that's been helpful.
That's really smart, actually.
Yeah, no,
Smart.
my tracker this year has been absolutely insane. It's got like um check-in thoughts and then also like the characters and tropes and the narrators and my rating for the audiobook and if it's in first person to third person. Like it's just been a little excessive.
I I don't even know that that's excessive. I think that's perfect.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm just like, oh yeah, if I track like how the story is written, then I can know if I like it or not. Because I'm learning I don't love third person for a lot of things. Horror written in the third person?
I had a friend recently tell me that she doesn't read books if they're in third person. And I don't know, like I've never paid attention to that in my life.
I didn't until this year because I was like noticing if I listen to an audiobook in third person, I'm more likely to dissociate and not pay attention to it and just like think about other stuff. But when it's in first person, I'm like, I'm doing so many things right now.
Okay.
So yeah, I've noticed that it definitely like depends. Like fantasy third person, not as big of a deal. Horror third person, I'm like, I don't know these people. They're not scared. I'm not scared. Nothing is going on.
Okay.
That's
I saw this video the other day that was talking about how like if you basically he was like if you care about first person and third person, like can't relate, love that for you, but he was like most of the time if I notice it, it's because there are like other structural problems with the book. And I feel like that's kind of where I'm at, where I've definitely read a book and been like, I don't think they would know that. So if you were in third person, like that would make a lot more sense right now. But that's I don't know that that's a problem with the first person so much as it's a problem with you keeping your ducks in a row.
That could be
But
it. I noticed when I listen to audiobooks, I don't notice as much of like the writing style itself, like how the sentence structures are done. So it's often like unless oh my god, I listened to this book Strega. It's a novella, it's horror. And the amount of times the sentences are, I did this, and then I did that, and then I thought this, and then I think this, and I felt this, and I'm like, I cannot keep listening to this. Because if I hear her start a sentence with the word I one more time, that kind of stuff drives me insane when you're listening to it. And yet I love first
I
person.
feel that. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like if I'm reading with my eyes, my brain automatically skips over certain things, like typos and whatever. Like my brain is auto-correcting it to make it sound better. But if it's
No,
in
yeah.
my ears, I'm like, that sounds like shit. You know what I mean? My brain can't do that English major brain computation through my ear holes, only through my eye holes.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
No, I get that. Like, I'm dyslexic, so like even reading like YouTube comments during sprints, I'm like, yep, nope, that looks fine to me. And they're like correcting it. I'm like, you didn't have to correct it. I would have never guessed that you spelled something wrong. But I get it.
That is hilarious. Oh man. I'm still thinking about this book that I'm reading. This When You Give a Lawyer a
Yeah,
Kiss
what are
nonsense.
you doing?
So
Why are you
okay,
reading this?
How do we
so
talk you into
why am I reading?
DNI?
Honestly, you ever have that thing where you're like, is this book bad or am I just grumpy? You know what I mean? Because I've barely slept the last 3 days. Like
Or is the
I've
book
been up till
bad
2
and it's
a.m.
making you grumpy?
Right. Is it the book that's making me mad, or is my tummy just hurting because I had too much Malibu last night? You know, like is it her fault or not?
But I
Jury's
feel
out.
like if you are grumpy and you're reading a book, there is a part of you that's kind of like, I feel like
It's
what
not
you're
making
doing
you
right
feel
now
better.
is maybe this book isn't as bad as I'm giving it credit for. I feel like when you're actually grumpy and you read a book, you're like, I think I'm giving this like not a fair shot. I feel like there's a little more certainty and like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is just
Mhm.
me. And right now it sounds like it's not just you.
Yeah. Like you can tell them
Well,
like, oh,
part
if I
of it,
reread this, I would like it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like if you
yeah,
reread
that's
this,
Typos
you would
in the
like
text
it.
scene, that's the same whether you're grumpy or not. That's
Yeah.
not gonna get better if you're in a better
yeah,
mood.
An age gap
that's
with a
true.
girl that talks about high school ain't gonna change.
You're so right. Couldn't change her if we tried. Ooh. So okay, so
Stop.
here's the deal. So I was trying to do like a cozy fall reading vlog and like read
Mhm,
some fun little like fall romances and like some spooky horror. And so this is
mhm,
the first one I picked up for that vlog.
mhm.
And the cover is like really cute. Hold on, let me just show you. It's like fall and stuff. It has like a tattoo parlor on the cover. And I was like, oh, this
Oh
seems,
yeah, nothing says fall like a
good.
tattoo parlor.
Yeah, Oh my God.
So
Okay.
autumnal.
Tunnel. Yeah. Well, like, look, she's cute. There's like a little
There is an orange
tree and shit.
tree.
Anyways, yeah. I mean, it's giving fall. And I've read this author before because I read her Christmas novella last year, and it was her debut, and it was really good. And I was like, oh, hell
Okay.
yeah, this is going to be like a really fun little fall romance, whatever. And then I get into it and I'm like, wait, why is this bad?
Is it also a
Why?
novella?
No, that's the thing, is this one's a full-length novel and it's a standalone because the novella was like the prequel to this series that she has. And I thought this one was like a standalone, but it's like not really fully a standalone. Like there's characters from that series in this book.
Hmm.
And I'm like, wait, but it says in the beginning it's a standalone. So first of all, I'm like, I don't believe you. It's really like the beginning of it's a standalone, but it's still in the same world with the same people.
It's the
And
romance
they're all like
companion
friends.
series.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's like that's not really like a standalone. Anyway, whatever. And so we get into it. This girl it opens with her on a date with a guy from a dating app. The date goes bad, and the guy's weird, and she's like at a restaurant with him, and so she runs out, like does the I have to pee, but she doesn't. And then
Calls through the
he
bathroom
comes
window.
after
Yeah,
her.
yeah.
Yeah, and the weird guy like comes after her down the street and is like mad at her for like leaving. And she's like freaking out. And this guy fully is like not he's not even like that weird. He's just like clingy. I'm like, if you ran a little faster, he'd probably just leave you alone, but that's fine. And so she dips into the tattoo parlor because it's the only thing open on the street. Fully at 6 p.m. for dinner. I don't believe you. It's fine. So she dips into the tattoo parlor, and for some reason the door is open, but the guy's like, we're closed. And she's like, well, I'm hiding from this bad date. And of course, the hot tattoo artist guy is like our main guy, and they make out, and it's hot, and then she gets nervous and she leaves, whatever. And then she goes into
Yeah,
work
that's
the
what I
next
do. I love
day.
walking into businesses, being like, "Sorry, you're not open. Can I kiss you?"
I love being on
Sorry,
the
you're
clock
not,
and just kissing patrons.
Yeah,
that's not weird at all.
nothing
Anyway,
could go wrong.
so she goes into work the next day, and she's like a clerk or whatever at this law firm, and she just started there. Her boss is an asshole, and she finds out her boss's boss is Mr. Hot Tattoo Guy, and he owns the tattoo parlor and like does tattoos on the DL because he's apparently like the most powerful lawyer in all of New York, and he's like the partner at this like huge law firm.
We
And
love
then
our
he
I,
finds out she's
hobbies, I
working
guess.
there. Yeah,
fellas,
like
don't we all have time for two incredibly time-consuming full-time jobs that we're the boss of both of? Isn't
and an owner.
I mean, when money's
what?
not an object, we all know that
I
lawyers don't actually do their own jobs. They hire clerks for that.
I don't mean to say that this author went to build a bitch workshop, but you don't get to have the hot corporate type and the hot artsy type and he's rich, but he's like down. Like, stop. That's so weird.
Hmm.
I don't like that at
That's
And
all.
there's more. And
No.
okay, so he's a tattoo artist because he's artsy fartsy. He owns a tattoo shop, but nobody knows who he is at the tattoo shop. They call him some other name. They call him his middle name because he's so secret. And he's also a hotshot lawyer who is also the partner at this firm. And he also was in foster care. And she was also, her parents died when she was little, whatever.
Of
So they
course,
have this whole
backstory.
like, we didn't get raised by parents, and we're both like really,
Yeah,
so
some
caught up in
Hallmark
that.
ass orphan bonding. Love it.
It's Hallmark orphans plus tattoo lawyer, and he's a billionaire as well. And he's also like kind of alpha, whatever.
Say what
Okay,
you
so
will
you're
about
just
And
fan fiction, but at least they only give you
and
one AU at a time, right? God, they're like, okay, he works at a coffee shop. Not like he works at a coffee shop and he's also a marine biologist, and also like, girl,
Alea, I
he's
do think that
only
you need
35.
to read the fuck Does It Hurt? I think you do at this point need to just dive into that one. Like it's also bad, but like it's an entertaining bad.
Okay,
see,
Like it's
that's
a
what I
train
need.
wreck bad.
I need like train wreck bad, not like car accident outside of Walmart bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's a train wreck, but like it's bad, but like entertaining. It has
okay.
65,000 5-star reviews and only 5,000 1-star reviews, and like 183,000
Wow.
people have read Does It Hurt. So
Okay, can we talk about how Sam's so smart that she knows those stats like off the top of her noggin
Yeah,
for this
that was
book?
I
That's
wild.
did just
unreal,
I
first
did
of
just
all.
stay up until 1 in the morning reading the stats last night, so it's not that impressive. It's just
I
very
think
fresh.
Listen, I love a bad book, I really do, but at a certain point, I'm like, okay, like, can we? Come on. you're not even taking this seriously now.
Yeah, and get this. So then he finds out she's working at the firm that he's like owning or whatever. And then he likes her because they had that hot tattoo parlor kiss thing. And so he transfers
Love at
her
first
to his
kiss.
department so that he can be her boss. And she tells him she doesn't want him to do that. And he doesn't take no for an answer and kind of like tricks her into being a part of this project for
Red
his
flags. Red flags. So many red flags.
and then he's like trying to,
I don't even want to be a part of this.
and he's like being flirty with her on the clock and like trying to make out with her in his private conference room.
He's a lawyer?
We love a sexual harassment case.
Yeah.
So he knows the
And it's
law,
like,
theoretically.
also, they fully say that their HR has a rule against like employee fraternization or whatever. And he's like, why didn't I put that policy in place? I don't
Maybe
know.
there's like a power imbalance or something. I don't know. Maybe it's like kind
Wow,
of
it's
weird.
almost like that's a little weird. And she's fully 23 and he's like 35. And it fucking shows a lot. I'm like, she's younger than me. That's too much.
I do think
Maybe I just don't work sexy enough jobs, but I can't imagine anyone on this earth I'd want to fuck less than my boss.
Yeah.
Literally, yeah.
Especially like a lawyer, because I know how like that works. Is like you have your lawyers who are the partners, and then they have staff that does all of the work for them, and then they get to go to court and make the big bucks. And they look like they're so smart and they know all the stuff when they had researchers do all the work for them. I can't respect you for that.
My thing is like, if you want to be a tattoo artist too, just do it. But he's like, it'll mess up my lawyer reputation if they know that I'm like a tattoo artist. And he like has but he's got like full sleeves and he hides all of his tattoos at work. I'm like, so you own this business so that you can be fake at your own business that you own? That sounds like the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. What?
I'm voting for a DNF. This is ridiculous.
I agree. I don't think this is worth reading. I don't think that's good. If you want red flags, read Does It Hurt. It's horror and also romance. Lots of smoke.
I just want something. Yeah, I want something that is going to give me the fall energy. Also, the cover's really fall. She drinks like one pumpkin spice latte. That's the only fall thing that's happened in this whole fucking book. I was like, literally, I read this
tree on the
fall
cover.
and didn't even.
It's fall.
I didn't even get that.
Read.
Ooh.
Read. Oh, okay. Third in its trilogy. Okay.
Both of you. Third in a trilogy.
Speaking of trilogies, you should just read this one. There's a romance in it. Look at how fall that looks, and it's got witches.
That
you
does
have to suffer good. Because you won't get a sequel for a while.
Yeah, but that's fine.
That's okay.
You're suffering more for less right now.
You're so right. I should DNF this book. God. Yeah. I just want it to be good so bad. You ever read a book where you're like, God, I'm waiting for this shit to get good, and I'm not getting any younger, you know?
Well, how far in are you?
I'm 40%.
It's not going to get better.
No, it's too far in.
Well and truly in my heart of hearts, like if you've hit 100 pages and you're like, I'm not rocking with this, you're not going to rock with it. Like, because even if the last 50 pages are some of the best things you've ever read in your entire life, you aren't going to care enough about the characters to really give a shit. Because you didn't like them for the first 100 pages, so what's going to change? You want them to end up together? Because that's what you're barreling towards.
You're so right. Hi.
Darkish romance.
Darkish romance.
I
want to know what is it?
Drop it.
Yeah, I need some help with the romance department. Because the one I'm reading is not good. Brutal.
I don't know. Okay, I feel like if I any romance that I could pick up at any point, I'm gonna be like, this is incredible after the last one that I've read. Like after reading Does It Hurt, I'm like, oh, anyone can have chemistry. Like it doesn't matter anymore. Like you can be terrible, and I will agree that you have chemistry at this point.
I have liked the romances that I've read with your book club, but I struggle finding a good romance a lot of the time.
What did you end up reading the Colleen Hoover book? Last time we talked, that's what you were reading.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Quick
Here we
aside.
go.
I liked that book so much more than I expected to. And that held through to the end. I would probably give it like 2.75. I don't know that it's a 3, but it certainly was not the worst thing I've ever read. That said, I went and saw the movie, and I was like, can I just read the book again, please? Like, the movie made the book look like a fucking masterpiece. It was crazy how much, because there's not exactly a lot. You know, Colleen Hoover, I wouldn't say she's feeding you much. But it looks like a 5-course meal compared to what the movie decided to give me. The mom in the book has an entire arc that's like discussing why she stayed with her abusive husband and like her relationship with her daughter knowing this happened and like seeing it happen to her kid. That's all cut. The entire premise of the main character in the book is that she's like dealing with the fact that like the first time he hits her, she's like, this is how it started with my mom. Like, this can never happen again. And it's her, like, knowing that she's in this abusive relationship and, like, dealing with the guilt of, like, I know what this is and I can't leave still. And then in the movie, they film all the abuse scenes to look like accidents until, like, an hour in when they have literally the most graphic rape scene I've seen in a long time in a movie, which was crazy because it was PG-13. And then she's like sitting in the car after and she's like, huh, huh, and then they flash back and they show him all his actual abuse scenes. So after you've seen this graphic rape scene, you get beat over the head with like 3, that was a bad choice of words, but with like 3 abuse scenes back to back. And like, nobody had chemistry. Blake Lively was trying to do like the Ryan Reynolds, like, I'm like funny and snarky kind of thing, and it was coming across as humongous mean girl energy. It was not.
Yeah, her husband wrote too many scenes to try and make them better, and it did not work.
So many scenes where it was like you could feel his fucking handprint on your face during it. It was crazy. The first scene where they meet, everyone's talking about like, oh, the rooftop scene. First of all, yikes. Second of all, it just felt like Ryan Reynolds talking to Ryan Reynolds. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. Third of all, she's wearing a denim jumpsuit and he looks her in the eyes and says, I want to have sex with you. And I leaned over to my friend and said, me when I get fucked in my denim jumpsuit, and somebody behind us got mad at us.
No, I love nothing more than grab your florals, but I'm also going to bring my own incredibly expensive clothing to play this character. Like, Blake Lively, please leave your closet. What are you doing?
The clothes in this movie, I was audibly laughing multiple times. There's a point in the movie where she's in like a cocktail dress with like fishnets and the weirdest boots I've ever seen that I won't even say aren't cute. They're like knee high, but they're almost like cloth. Like they felt like they were like painted onto her skin because she unzips them and she has to kind of like fold them off of her, which was like, all right, that's fine, whatever. So she folds them off of her. And then she's like, do you have anything for me to sleep in? And the dude takes off his own pants, which did make me laugh. And then he puts them on her over her fishnets, and then she just goes to bed.
Me after the rave when it's 2 a.m. and I'm
what's happening? So honestly, no, like people are crying fully and wholly. Beth, at that last scene where she rolls up to, spoiler alert, I guess, when she rolls up to her dad's grave in the last scene, she's wearing, I kid you not, an evening gown, a Carhartt bomber jacket, and rain boots. I was laughing so hard. I could not stop.
Yeah.
She wears a leather bomber jacket to her dad's funeral at the beginning of the movie. That's like one of the first fits you see her in. I was like, what is happening right now?
Compared to the book, is such a bad scene. Like, in the book, it's like minutes go by of her just being like, I can't. And someone having to pull her away. Whereas, like, she just storms out. She just leaves.
Yep.
2 seconds later, she's like, actually, no.
Well, and then her mom being like, because there's a point in the book where, like, her mom is like, I knew exactly what you were doing. I knew you refused to stand up there and say nice things about that man, and I'm so fucking proud of you. Completely cut from the movie. It just doesn't happen. And I was like, what is going on? They cut all of their friends, which was also crazy because I bet that you spend every single second of screen time just looking at these 3 chuckle fucks who couldn't produce an ounce of chemistry or emotion if you paid them.
Well, they also hated each other on set. Like, by the end, all the promo stuff, they won't take photos together because they hate each other. You won't get a sequel from them.
And it was crazy because the two young kids who were playing like the flashback, they
Incredible.
were great, actually. They ate it up. I was like, every single time they showed up, I was like, yes, let's go. Thank you for being here. And then they had a sex scene that was a needle drop to Skinny Love by Birdie, and I was like, I might have to leave. I cannot believe that in the year 2024, I'm getting needle dropped to Skinny Love during a sex scene. Right now, this is not hitting. I simply don't know what to say. So in that,
Yeah.
listen,
I'm so sad
listen.
for the people that didn't know this movie was about abuse and went for a silly little fun rom-com.
Bring your friends, bring your florals to watch this
Bring your
insane
friends.
rape scene and abuse for the entire movie. Yeah, no, it
Brutal.
was what a wreck. What an absolute wreck. There was also a moment at the end of the movie where she goes, and this isn't important at all, but she she goes to wipe a tear off his face, but instead of doing like a sweet little like oh wipe, she just kind of like slaps it off of his face, and I started laughing so hard that the person behind me shushed me, and I was like, I have never been a more disrespectful audience member in my life. I cannot take this seriously.
That was me at the Beetlejuice. I went to see Beetlejuice too. I was like, I simply cannot be polite, and I'm so happy there's only 2 other sets of people in this theater right now because I can't. I simply cannot just be quiet.
Couldn't even do it. So in the light of that, the book was great. But in terms of like other books, no, it's not good. It's not good.
Cool.
Didn't turn me on to Colleen Hoover. I'll still read Verity with y'all, but no, it was not good.
Yeah, best believe it's on the schedule for early 2025 for us to read that Praying Mantis Smut and Verity. It's on the calendar. Also, Sam, oh my god. To that note, there's something else that I saw today. Listen, it was like 8 a.m. and I was scrolling on Instagram and I saw this and I thought of you. But I was also half asleep, so I don't really know if I know what the fuck I'm talking about. But the author, Caitlin Starling, who wrote Death of Jane Lawrence, has a new horror book coming out called The Starving Saints.
Guess who has the art?
And
baby,
it's medieval horror. Medieval horror. Oh my god!
I'm so excited. I got the arc and I screamed and cried. I've been approved for 2 arcs that I've never been more excited for. Unfortunately, scarily, this will be my last chance with Caitlin Starling. If I don't love this new book, I will not read anything from her. I love The Death of Jane Lawrence so much. It's one of my favorite books of all time. And every backlist book of hers I've read, I'm like, this is bad. This sucks.
Oh, okay. So maybe her newer stuff is like better.
I'm hoping that this one will slap. I'm so excited.
Okay, I was thinking because I kind of came up with like the plan for book club for 2025, but I was thinking this looks really good. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of considering throwing that in and having like a double header for one of the horror months and throwing that in because it sounds good. So anyway, I'm excited too. It looks really good. I was like, ooh, shit. Maybe we gotta add her to the roster. I saw that medieval horror and I was like, ooh, give me some of that.
Anything similar to the writing of The Death of Jane Lawrence, like it'll be incredible. I love The Death of Jane Lawrence so much. I love that book.
Good stuff. Did you read I gotta look at what her backlist is. What were some of the ones you read that you didn't like from her?
She's got The Luminous Dead, and
yeah, I was thinking about that. You didn't like that one?
It's
on my TBR.
It was so. It wasn't like that's simply just not the author. But just something. It's got like a yellow cover. It's a novella that she wrote.
Oh, I could not get into that one. Yellow Jessamine?
Yeah. I couldn't get into that one, and I fucking hated Last to Leave the Room.
Okay.
Which sucks because I have a beautiful edition of it. But, so bad. But yeah, Yellow Jessamine kind of had like a COVID feel to it.
Okay.
Where it's all, like, the premise was really cool, but the execution just didn't hit for me.
Gotcha. Understood. Yeah, I'm excited about this new one. I think it could be something.
I am very, very, very excited.
It could be really poppin'.
I'm excited for
Also,
almost all of my 2025 anticipated releases, though. Like, I've already started collecting a
yeah.
way too large of a list. And I'm just like, yes, next year's rock.
For you to make that video of your 2025 anticipated releases because I'm nosy and I want to know. Because I've
I
been
have
looking too.
currently 48 on that list.
48? Girl, okay, listen. If you're doing the 12 days of Christmas, then I better see that list because
Okay, let me
I
put it
need
on
to
my
see that.
calendar.
You pencil that in because I need to watch that. Because I'm trying to get my shit together for book club and whatever else in
We'll
2025.
do. Okay.
Yeah, what do you got? I mean, I guess you probably can't say anything, but are you doing like more polls for book club next year, or are you just doing you just deciding and going for it?
I did a couple polls for Instagram. There's also a couple that I just really wanted to do, especially for like the new horror releases in particular, like Nat Cassidy. Like I'm reading the new Nat Cassidy. I don't care if y'all want to or not. We're doing it. That kind of stuff. Where I'm like, it's happening.
Yeah. Can we?
check out.
Is June a romance month? You are muted.
Oh goodness.
You're still muted, so I love that for you. There we go.
Yeah.
It's because my earbuds just died. So sorry about that. Is June a romance month? Let me look if I could find my own freaking book club on Instagram. Good lord.
I'm just thinking.
It is. Yes.
I'm gay.
That's
June's
true.
gay month.
That's true.
If you wanted to do a little gay romance for June, I'd be down.
You're so right. I think there's a gay monster romance I want to read, but I put it in August.
Mm-hmm.
Why did I do that?
Yeah, that's so wrong with you.
Yeah, that seems not right.
Mm-hmm.
That seems not right. Listen, this is tentative on my Instagram for the 2025.
Okay.
I made a little thing, but it's tentative because some of the stuff too is like not out yet. Like I'm curious about the next CJ Lead book that's coming out in 2025. I heard it's set in Colorado, and that sounds dope. But like, there's nothing about it anywhere
I haven't
online
heard the
yet.
best things about American Rapture, so I'm a little nervous about CJ Lead.
Yeah, dude, I'm butthurt, first of all, because CJ Lead is on tour right now and just went to Minneapolis the week after I was there. I was in the bookstore where she went, and I was a week before, which is criminal. But I asked them, I was like, can you guys have like the order copy? Can you have?
And you're muted.
I'm looking on your Instagram right now at what we got coming up.
Yeah, it's not for sure. I put tentative out the first, like the winter months. I'm confident in that. It's like the later in the year, like the summer of 2025 and the fall of 2025, where I'm like, we don't really know what's coming out then, for sure. So it's kind of hard to.
Yeah.
To
I mean, my one note is get these straight people out of my Pride Month.
No, I do feel that. You know what's the biggest sin of me? I've still not seen Heartstopper season 3. I haven't
seen any Heartstopper, so like you are so okay.
Don't say that to me. Don't say that to me. It's so sweet.
I've heard it's really good. I've heard really good things. I don't know.
Very good.
I'm busy watching like
Island.
Terrible niche gay films from like the 90s that have like 2 reviews on Letterboxd. There's a movie I watched this year that I was the first person to review on Letterboxd, and I was like, okay. So I'm being like pretentious right now, and so that means Heartstopper has unfortunately slipped through the cracks because I'm watching
that was not the time.
Party Monster with Macaulay Culkin instead. So
oh no,
that's where I'm.
It's not going anywhere. Heartstopper will always be chilling for when you get around to it. There's at least going to be one more season anyway.
Okay.
So
I also kind of wanted to read the graphic novels first, but I am so like my brain and graphic novels do not simply.
I'm gonna be so honest with you. I watched the show before I read the graphic novels. It's the same thing. I honestly think the show is better just because you're getting to know the characters even more and like really see everything.
Yeah.
But it's nice, but you get more from the show.
Hey, if nobody's got me, Winnie's got me. Let's go. That movie is wild. That movie is wild. I love it so much. Seth Green doing a performance of queerness that is borderline homophobic with how flamboyant it is, but also like I know like 6 gay people who just act like that. So hard to tell. Ooh, I love that movie. I will watch. We have Sam at this point. We have like a watch list for each other that's longer than like.
I have a read list for you. I've got a watch list for you. It's getting a little out of hand for people who talk maybe every couple months.
I love it.
No, I still have F Boy Island bookmarked for
Yes.
yeah.
Okay,
I have
never
until
finished
Verity.
the new season.
What?
I never finished the new season, and I need to.
I didn't even start the new season. We should.
Bro.
I'll catch up to you guys. Don't worry. It'll be fine. We'll all watch season 3.
That's what we should do. A little bonus. This isn't a book club. Just if you want to watch us watch F-Boy Island season 3.
Dude, that would be so funny.
The 3 of us can get in Discord. We'll watch it together.
Yeah. We should. That'd be so fun.
I'd be down.
Yeah.
I won't say no to it.
Yeah. We gotta. Oh my god.
I gotta see what happened to my man Benedict. I don't know what I'm distraught.
Dude, I want to hear you talk about that girl that he's kind of into in season 3 because she's one of the most annoying women I've ever listened to in my life. Oh my god, she's
Can I be controversial yet brave?
Yes.
The girl he was into in season 2 was one of the most annoying girls I've ever seen in my life. He has terrible taste. What can you say? Like,
I mean, at least she was like, like hot, and she had a cool name. This girl, I don't know. This girl,
none of those things going for. Well, I just listen. In season 2, she just was like, yeah, I don't know. Every single person who I know is telling me that Mercedes is a bad guy, but I just think he's different. And I was like, girl, I can't do this with you. Come on. The host is telling you he's a bad guy. All the other girls on the show are telling you he's a bad guy. The guys are teaming up to tell you he's a bad guy. Can you please?
The only thing different about Mercedes is that he has STDs that we are undiscovered. We've never heard of them before. That's what kind of different he is. That's all I have to say.
Card cutting from like a talking head and Mercedes being like, I'm gonna destroy this girl's life, and her being like, yeah, I don't know, I think they don't see him like I do. It was like, yeah, girl, because you're stupid. What? You're the only one.
Yeah. Ugh.
Incredible.
Man,
I've done this.
That show got us in some kind of way, for real.
I definitely need to watch this with you guys at the same time. I remember like a year or 2 ago in a D&D Discord that I'm a part of, for June, they were like, we're gonna watch The Ultimatum, but the queer version. And we just sat down at our computers for an entire day, binging that show, talking in the Discord. And it was incredible. And this is the energy you guys are giving.
Hell yeah.
Let's just watch a bad reality TV show and have the best time.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh.
Honestly, the thing about season 3 that I'm the most excited about is they brought back that other guy, not Benedict, the beast from the East guy.
Danny,
my boy Danny. Ooh, Danny? There's something about Danny. I really like him. Anyway,
Danny was such a weird one because Danny in season 2 was like, I'm an F-boy, but it's only because I got my heart broken. I still respect women and love my mother and am interested in monogamy and don't really sleep around that much. I just, women have hurt me before, so I'm an F-boy. And then when the girl found out that he was an F-boy and was like, dude, what the fuck? He was like, why are you so mad? I don't understand. And it was like, girl, Danny, like, babe, babe. But also, when she finds out he's an F-boy, she has a panic attack, and he's the only one who goes to comfort her.
Oh,
All the
He
other guys
immediately
were
was
like,
like, hey, are you
whatever.
okay? Just drink some water. Like, it's all good. You're fine. And, like, it's so nice about it. And it was like, Danny,
Dude, he's a
why you
king.
do this?
He really was. He was like the best guy on the whole season. I mean, I love Benedict, but like Danny, he's out here saving the
Danny
day.
had
He's
an
out here
art.
playing
Benedict
nerd.
was just kind of like a goof with a foot fetish, and it was like, all right, work, king. But
I can't wait to watch this and know who you're talking about. I just have this weird little knowledge of some of these people.
that's kind of how I felt watching season 2 for the first time, because they bring back like 6 people from season 1, and so they're like, and it's Peter, and you're like, who is that? I don't know who that is.
Peter was so annoying. Oh my god. Peter's a man-child. Ew. Why
Like
are
in your
these girls
book.
into these like emotionally immature men? Like if a guy came up to me like that, his ass would be in the pool. Bye. I have no time, no patience. Absolutely not. My cat is grunting at me. Boy, what? Let me just fix my hat. Oh my god. Well, okay. Should we do another sprint? I need to figure out if I'm going to DNF this book or not.
Let's do another
I
sprint.
think we
You
know
wanna do
the
like maybe
answer.
a 30, and if you still don't rock with it by the end of 30, it's cut.
You're right. Yes. That's a good decision. I think we should do that. We should do that. Okay.
Also,
Also,
my
I'm
mom
just gonna
called me
say-
fully in the middle of this.
Oh, hi Dorothy. Love you.
I love when that
Hope you're
happens.
doing well.
I put you on mute, or put me on mute, and I was like, "Hi, mom. I'm like on a Zoom call right now. So like, is anything important?" And she was like, "Oh no, have fun. Bye." So, sorry, mom.
I love
I'll
that
go.
you explain that in such a better way. Because when my mom talks to me, I'm like, "Hey, mom, I'm live right now," and she's like, "What are you doing?" Like, I don't have time to explain. She does watch my YouTube channel. She calls it my episodes, as if she's just watching the cable network. She watches all the commercials.
I love
She's
that. That's so
precious.
funny.
She's like, if I watch a video that doesn't have commercials, is it okay to watch it? I'm like, yeah. I can still watch it, even if I don't get paid for it.
I
Oh,
told my dad that he could watch this one today. I was like, if you want to see what I'm doing, like on Aaliyah's channel
Yeah.
and whatever.
I'm
And my
curious what
dad
to do.
texted me back and was like, "Do I just hop in, or am I a creep then?" And I was like, "What? I told you to watch it, King."
You're not a
allowed. You're
creep.
invited.
You're not- So, Dad, if you're watching, you're not a creep. Hi.
No,
Hello, Dad.
invited.
Hi.
Welcome. Sorry, this is wild. It's like a good introduction to what we do, but it's not far from accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. My
Just less
father-in-law
work to
today was like, "So what's the name of your channel?" I was like, "Listen, this is not me in a witch's hat is not the day to start watching the channel, King." Like, maybe don't.
I think
Maybe
actually that's
just
the perfect time.
Yeah.
For me, it's when I post something like Shrek Smut or Does It Hurt content, and then my friends and family are like, "What if I looked into your channel?" I'm like, "No.
you're like, "What if you didn't?"
We're actually not supposed to talk about these things with each other."
I feel like because I haven't had a channel of my own, but I used to do some web series back in the day that were like just popular enough that it like messed up my real life. And the weird thing is, like, obviously people need to watch it in order for it to like do numbers.
Matter.
And
Also, I don't
obviously
want-
one of the easiest ways to get that done is to tell the people in your life, like, "Hey, watch this." But then you have to see what I'm doing, and I feel like I'm
Yeah.
never gonna be comfortable in front of a camera if I'm like in the back of my head, I'm like, "Oh, I know that any of my Facebook friends
Yeah.
can just
Now,
roll up hot on this."
yeah, my mom every once in a while, she's like, "Is it okay if I post this to my Facebook?" And I'm like, "Because your friends will never watch what I'm doing, sure, it doesn't matter." But if my mom told me to post it onto my Facebook, I would simply perish. I don't use my personal Instagram anymore because I don't want people from high school to find out what I do.
Same.
Yeah.
Like, it's a different kind of embarrassment. Hey, ma'am, could you not?
What you doing?
You're so just digging into my files of paper.
Fun.
She's just ripping everything out. So 1 second.
When
that's
Sam
fun.
gets back, we'll do a sprint.
Yeah. We got to do a little cat interception first. Also, I need to show you guys Nellie.
Yes.
We haven't gotten to see her yet.
Yes.
She's so cute.
Would you relax?
Yes.
You'll have trouble.
Wait. Turn off your camera during the sprint. At the end of the sprint, go grab Nellie, and then we'll do a little cat reveal.
Dude, yeah. Cat reveal, my new kitten, Nellie. She's so cute. She's so poofy. She's like a little potato.
Where did you get her from the same place that you got?
No, different
maybe?
Craigslist ad. I got both
Okay,
my
I was
cats
asking
from
about Craigslist.
Listen, I have to stay off of Craigslist or we will have 10 cats. I'm being so for real. Anyways, I saw her on Craigslist and I was like, she's the one. She's beautiful. And Peyton said we had to get a girl cat and I couldn't get another boy cat. And I was like, I want a floofy one, like a floofy gray one, if possible. And I saw her.
Has your boy gotten the chop yet? He did, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we're all good. We're all good on that. But I saw her and I was like, she's awesome. But she was in another town, so we had to drive over to get her. So that was fun. But she was really good in the car and she did great. I just had to talk Peyton into being like, hey, so we should drive to this other town to get this cat. And he was like, should we? And I was like, yes. Your wife says yes.
That's what I did with Austin with the twins. I like found them on Facebook one day at our local rescue. And I said, oh, they're so cute. They have to be bought together or else they'll be separated. And they don't want to separate them. So we have to do it. So
and he was like,
we were the first ones there.
Oh my God. That's actually interesting though that you like got them in pairs.
Yeah, we almost, besides the dogs, we've gotten all of our cats in pairs.
Okay.
Because they do well in pairs.
That's true.
And the dogs need each other or else they go absolutely crazy.
That's smart.
I have a friend who we've been talking in the next couple of years about moving in together, and then we realized that it will be my cat, their 3 cats, and their bearded dragon, and we were like, well. And they're all like older cats. I think they're like 16, 12, 9. And like, we were like, oh boy, we're just running an old lady home at this point.
Dude, yeah. My friend was trying to get me to move in with them, and I was like, wait, you, me, my husband, and our 3 cats? I was like, I love you so much. I have a kitten, a big kitten who's an asshole, and your cat is like 8 years old, and she's really shy. I was like, I don't think this is going to go well for anybody. Also, you don't want to listen to my man snore. Like, no, this is not it, girl.
Doesn't he work from home?
Yes.
You can just hear all the time.
Yeah, literally, yeah. You want to be around my man 24/7? No, you don't. No, you don't.
Can I tell you? So for the rave, I'm wearing like, I had like a corset and a tutu and like, it's a rave, whatever. And I was going over to my friend's house to get ready, but she had to run to the mall. And so I was like, yeah, shoot me a text when you're back from the mall. And she went, oh no, like my husband's there. You can just go over. And I was like, hey girl, listen, like me and our husband are friends. So like,
yeah.
But I was like, I'm not going to just roll up to your house to put on a corset in front of your husband when you're not there. Like, that's just not a thing that we're going to be doing today, actually. So when you text me when you get back from the mall.
That seems fair.
That's where we're at.
That's a mood. That's a mood. Honestly, my husband is like, oh, you're having a friend over. Good for you. I'm excited for you. And
that's
I'm like,
Austin
hey, man.
does. He's like, you're socializing?
Right,
without me being involved. I'm like, could you shut up?
Yeah.
And then I tell him that I'm going to be live on sprints when he's gone. And he's like, okay.
Right, yeah. He's like, oh, you're having a play date? Good job. Proud of you.
You did one social today.
Good job. Gold star.
He said one of my favorite things when we were on the trip that made me laugh so hard because I said to you two at like the end of the trip, I was like, y'all look like really tired. So like if y'all, if you don't want to hang out tomorrow or whatever. And when he looked at me and he went, I always look like this. I was like, Peyton.
Oh no.
Yeah, that is
So,
hilarious.
sorry, I didn't mean I didn't mean to do him like that.
No, he was fully playing. Honestly, though, we've been so tired. We've had so much shit going on.
Yeah.
Fully, that is what he looks like, and this is what
Yeah.
I look like too, and it's not great.
Which hat and all?
Yeah, just like this too.
Which hat doesn't
No,
bleed?
but I do want to confirm and like clarify. Like, I wasn't saying you two look like garbage. Like, you should go home and get that fixed. I just like you were like standing there like.
No, we
I was
were
like, yeah,
hella
you're
alone
tired.
time.
Like, I can go
we
home.
were hella tired. You were right, and you should have said it. That was funny though. Oh my god. Every once in a while, he has like some really good one-liners, and I'm just like, you really went and said that, huh?
You just full chest.
Okay, like yesterday, a minute for my man. We went to the Halloween party yesterday, and they asked us like kind of last minute, so we were kind of scrambling for like costumes or whatever. And Peyton's like, let me brainstorm while you're at work of some list of costumes. And I was like, okay, like whatever. So I come home and he's got like the weirdest list of costumes I've ever seen. So the one he decided on was he took a white t-shirt and wrote life on it in Sharpie, and then he got a fanny pack out, and then he put some lemon heads in it and one normal lemon, and he was like, I'm when life gives you lemons. And then I was like, well, what food are we gonna take to the party? And he's like, well, I can make lemon bars so that we're fully on theme.
Hello, Bubby. God,
He's
it's
like, you're a cake.
something.
I love that so much.
Yeah, the funny part
I
for me
love that
was like
he's
the
so
one real lemon.
artsy.
I was like, why?
I love that you'd think he'd go all out for Halloween because he's such like an artistic person that he could absolutely rip out a costume that would be so sick. And instead, he's like, "What if I just wrote in Sharpie on my T-shirt?" Like, I was like,
Yeah, yeah.
Austin really wants to go as the vegan police from Scott Pilgrim this year. And I'm like, I don't think you've planned well enough for that, but okay.
I took the day
Alea?
after Halloween off work because I was like, that'll encourage me to make Halloween plans.
True.
And you know who doesn't have Halloween plans and is now just missing that paycheck? It's my dumbass.
You just need a 2-day celebration for yourself.
Yeah.
A scary movie marathon type day.
Mhm.
Honestly, I might just.
Back to back. Movie, horror book. Just go back and forth.
Mhm.
That's what I did on my birthday like 2 years ago, was just started playing horror movies at like 11 in the morning and just kept them playing until like 11 at night.
I do that anytime Austin leaves town. It's like, okay, so I'll just watch all of the Twilight movies and not sleep. Great. Thank you.
I love that.
I love that too. Okay, I
All right, we
gotta.
got to figure out if you're DNF in this book, dude.
Oh,
Alea,
dude.
for the chatters, what book are you reading and soon to be DNFing?
What book are you about to not be reading?
I'm reading. It's called When You Give a Lawyer a Kiss.
It's such
It's
a long
on
title.
Kindle. Yeah, I know it. I keep saying it wrong because it's like based off of the If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, except it's not because it has when at the beginning and it keeps throwing me off. Whatever. Point
Is
being,
there going to be
this
a
book,
mouse or a cookie in the book?
girl, you know there's not. There's not even any fall in this fall book. What are you talking about? This is the cover. When You Give a Lawyer a Kiss. I was here for the fall vibes, and instead I got a poorly done romance that's trying to do too much. And the guy is trying to assert his dominance with a handshake. If that's any indication for you. Yikes.
Yikes, indeed.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, should we all go through and say what we're reading then? If there are new people here?
We can do that.
Go for it.
What are you reading, Sam?
I have to fix my headphones first.
No.
You want me to go first while you
Aha.
fix it? Okay,
I am
beautiful.
reading Woodworm by Layla Martinez, translated by Sophie Hughes and Annie McDermott. It's a very fun cover. I really like it. It's very cool. It's like praying mantis and a lobster and a crow with a tarot card. They're actually saint cards. They're a little bit different and real creepy. The angels in this, whoa, wild.
Go off.
Yeah, it's got the traditional like Spanish Catholic vibes. Very spooky.
Love that.
Finished the first chapter, so now I'm with the grandma, and the grandma's like, everything the granddaughter just told you was a lie. And I'm like, what is happening?
We love that reveal one chapter into a book.
Seriously. It's just like, okay, Grandma, tell me you love your granddaughter. What are you doing?
The book I'm thinking about DNFing is called When You Give a Lawyer a Kiss. Kindle Unlimited Romance. I'm trying to power through. It's not it.
There are so few hours in your life to read a book that you don't like.
And like, it's one thing if like you're gonna like roast it in the video and have fun with it, but when you're reading it in a vlog with a bunch of other books, it doesn't matter. It's like not important.
No.
Like, Does It
That's
Hurt
good.
was a dedicated vlog for me, where it's like I'm only reading this book and just talking about this, where it's fun.
Right.
But if it's just like I don't like it, and then you move on. This cat.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. Oh, also, I'm reading Mayfly because I'm like 5 months late to the book club, but I'm here now. And if you want to hear other people's opinions on it who have read the book in a timely fashion, we have a book club about it.
I was on that one.
You can watch that, which is what I'm
Alea-
going to do after I finish it.
Yeah, Alea low-key made me read it sooner than later. I probably would have procrastinated it forever.
That book, oh my god. I'm still not okay. I still think about the end of Maeve and I'm like, man, I could fall over and die right now just thinking about that.
Yeah, no, I want to reread it in December to like solidify it as a favorite book for the year.
Dude, yeah.
I only listened to the audiobook, which I liked, but I feel like I missed a couple of the like spookier things. So I want to go back and like physically read it.
Yeah, I'm hoping American Rapture comes through and is really good. We'll see. But we're reading that in November for book club. American Rapture by CJ Lee. I'm so excited. I was trying to tell you guys before, and then my mic tweaked out, that when I was in Minneapolis and I went to the bookstore where CJ Lead was going to go on tour, I pre-ordered a copy and she signed it for me, and it just came in the mail the other day, and it had like all these extra pre-order things in it and stickers and stuff.
Oh, that's
Fun.
It was unreal. So cool.
Months, 26 weeks, 13 weeks. I don't think I'm going to get it from my library.
Bummer.
Let me see if it's on Everand.
I haven't checked that.
I have to read
I'm
Fantastic.
putting American Rapture.
To the book club. Mood.
Listen, the only time I'm not 5 years late to the book club is when I'm hosting the book club.
Yeah, no, there's 2 book clubs that I try to participate in, and it's Leah's and Kayla's. That's it. And even Kayla's, I still miss a couple.
We do what we can.
Too many books, not enough time.
Honestly.
All right. We're getting ready to sprint again.
Let's go.
You know what I
30
need
minutes.
to? Yeah. You know what I need to do? Get off of this freaking ad. Wait, what is happening? What happened to my music? Hello?
I don't, maybe Sam can attest to this being different. I could not hear the music personally, but maybe my headphones are just trash.
I did not hear music. I just heard fire crackling every once in a while.
Okay.
It was very
Cool.
ambiance.
Yeah, it's more ambiance, I guess.
That's fine. I don't mind if there's not music. If you thought there was supposed to be, that was not what was happening.
Yeah, well, it didn't happen, but that's okay. I don't necessarily want to buy CJ Lead's new book, but it looks like I might have to.
I mean, you could grab the ebook. That might be the move.
Girl, I'm reading 156 pages and it's taking me like months with it. Then I'm on page 27.
That is so funny.
You tell me to read a physical book and it's going to take me 2 months.
I put it on hold on Libby, and the good news is there's only about a 22-week wait left, so we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm like hoping like 13 weeks will go by a little bit faster and people will just skip it. That's almost always my goal. It's like other people are like me; they're gonna postpone it. They don't want it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like me postponing right now this book that I haven't read and I've had it on hold for multiple months.
Ain't it the way?
We've all been there. All right, let me get my shit together and sprint and maybe DNF this book.
You
Cool.
should. Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
What are you doing? I don't think she thought this through.
She's cute.
She's something. She thinks she sees something. And so she's laying in my lap just like staring at the ceiling. And I'm like, what are you looking at?
Is it a bug? Or is there just
There
ghosts?
is no I think she's seeing a ghost.
Mm.
And I think
There.
that she's got herself in a bit of a pickle.
Fun.
Something out there.
Hello.
With Curtain Motel.
I've never heard of Curtain Motel.
I'm gonna Google.
Do it. Well, I'm gonna DNF that book because it's bad.
Yeah. Hello again.
Bro, I'm so bummed. I wanted it to be really good. Ooh, it's not. It's really not. It's really not.
I'm glad that you got the courage to DNF at least.
I'm
Okay.
Oh my goodness grief.
It's a motel. There we go. Curtain Motel.
Cool.
Yeah. It says scary horror story with supernatural suspense.
Fun.
Are you liking it?
Yeah, let us know if you like it. Well, I decided to DNF whatever that shitty book is called. What is it called? When you give a lawyer a
How to
kiss. There you
Kiss a
go.
Lawyer or something?
Yeah. And I'm starting this horror short story collection. This cover
Ooh.
of the
Eyeballs
Flash.
this year.
Bro. I haven't heard anybody talk about it, but I saw it somewhere. I think it was like Instagram, like new 2024 releases or whatever. It was good so far. So I'm into that.
Go on.
It's supposed to be modern horror, whatever that means. But it's
Technology?
good.
Maybe?
I don't know.
I got a little bit into the thick of it with Mayfly. I mean, I know
Okay.
it's just beginning, but the egg portion of the story has begun.
Mm-hmm.
So that was fun. The housekeeper is nope, not housekeeper. Caregiver is no more.
Mm.
And she just watched Gideon play hockey for the first time.
Okay. What do you think about Gideon?
Get you a boy who sees you reading a book and buys the book to read the book.
Yeah, I like Gideon, but with my taste in men, with my taste, that means he's trash. So, like, I'm not hopeful, but I do like him.
Interesting. Yeah, no, once he was like, I saw you reading this book, so I went to the bookstore and I bought it so that I could read it so we could talk. I'm like, that's really sweet. It's a little much, but it's sweet.
I do have to say, I very much relate to the idea of somebody seeing the annotations I put in a horny part of a book and then deciding to read that book and just being like, well, I simply have to die. Like, I guess guess that's it for me.
And now I must perish.
But granted, I guess I can't really talk because me and Alea talked about rubbing Cherry Garcia all over yourself for like an hour in the all chained up book club. So my opinions are already out there, I guess.
Does check out.
The egg
That's what book clubs
thing.
are for.
The egg thing is a lot, though.
It's
But
not.
it's
How do
fun.
I say this without sounding? I did my. You know what? Without sounding whatever. I did my time in the trenches of AO3. We're on a level. We're
Yeah,
all
we
good
all
to
been
go.
there.
I was not unfamiliar with this as a concept. I don't know that I was expecting it to show up in this book,
Mm-hmm.
but it's here. And so am I, you know?
If somebody wants to tell me that authors have not ever in their life read fanfic or been on AO3 or Wattpad or something, like, I don't believe you. I can understand from some authors, but like a vast majority, I'm like, no, they've done their time. You know they've been around.
Well, and sometimes they'll write like a phrase or they'll include something that it's like, you don't know about that unless you, hey,
Yeah.
clown to clown communication right here. I see you. I don't know.
Yay.
Let's go, Beth. Beth, what is Beth reading again? Did we say?
Do we know?
Yeah, Beth, what are you
It's a
reading?
dark romance. What dark romance
Oh
are
yeah,
you
you
reading,
still have to
Beth?
tell us what it is.
Dark-ish
Congrats on the 30
romance.
pages. What are you reading?
Yeah, what are you reading? I'm assuming it's not Colleen Hoover, so what is it?
I read 5 pages, but I also bought my friends birthday presents.
Ooh,
And
cute. Sam is not on task, but it's still cute.
And Eliza texted me because she had a 5-star and she wanted me to know about it. So that we started talking about her 5 stars.
5-star.
It was the new Emily. I feel like she has a third name. Emily Loyal Jones. It's a fantasy. The Wild Huntress. It was a book of the month pick.
Oh.
Okay.
So she really enjoyed that. It's like Celtic mythology or something.
Okay.
Yeah, a little more of the dark fairy tale vibe.
I don't know who lied to me several times. Me, I guess. I have been convinced for years that I'm not into sci-fi fantasy, and then started talking with one of my friends about what my favorite books were growing up as a kid. And I was like, yeah, you know, like, I love, like, Alea Enchanted, I love, like, Prophecy of the Gems, I loved, you know, I read The Hobbit, I really loved that one when I was a kid, I loved, like, Julie Andrews, like, her books, like, Last of the Really Great Wang Doodles, and my friend was like, and you don't like fantasy? And I was like, so I've been reading more fantasy now. And turns out I do. I'm dumb. Sci-fi still not really super doing it for me. Every now and then I'll find one that pops, but
I think it's hard with fantasy because there's too much of it that it's like, where do I want to go? It's similar with horror. Like, there's so many subgenres. It's like romantasy is really popular right now, so if that's not your vibe, you have to find the other fantasy, but it's not getting the same promotion and hype right now. So it's like, okay, just have to find the right path.
Well, and I will say too, even with like sci-fi, I went to Moon Palace, the one we went to, and I said to the girl who was working, like, "Hey, I don't like sci-fi, but I'm trying to get into sci-fi." and she was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, for sure," and recommended Becky Chambers, and then I read it and I loved it. So I was like, so what is the truth?" Like,
I just finished Scythe.
Okay.
the
Finally.
Neil Shusterman one.
Mm-hmm.
Work. I haven't read Scythe, but I really, really love Unwind.
I do recommend. It's not. Yeah, it's not like a perfect book. It's got some issues. It wasn't like a 5-star, but people love it. But it's still like very interesting because it's got a lot of like social commentary going on. Very like horror dystopian type. So I'd say try it out.
Okay.
It's also YA.
Dark. Okay.
Yeah, look that up. I haven't seen that either, I don't think. God of Malice.
Oh, what if I could type?
By Rena Kent.
Well, this cover.
This cover is something.
This looks like a dark romance.
It's tagged dark, at least. Because this book is not a conventional romance and contains themes that aren't to everyone's liking. Please check the author's note before reading. Okay.
A standalone. We love to see that.
No, it's a series.
Well, then Goodreads has lied to me.
There's 6 books in the Legacy of Gods series by Rena Kent.
Wait. Now I'm wondering if maybe I have seen this at some point. God of Malice, you say?
Please check the author's note. No.
Richie, I did put a quote for you in the private chat from Woodward.
Let me get out of...
I was like, I'm going to lose it later if I don't put it somewhere.
Yo!
Ooh, thinking about DNFing Curtain Hotel.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Is it a DNF day today? That's not the energy I wanted to bring to the day.
Not great writing.
It's a translation.
I mean, if 10 pages in, you're already like, the writing's not great. Like,
yeah.
I'm such a pro DNFer. I don't even think it has to be a bad thing. Like, let's value our time.
I'm slowly getting better. This month, I've been like, actually, no. I feel really good about it, but also scared about it.
Well, and I get it when you have like obligations where it's like, I have to finish 6 books for this thing. Like, I understand. But if you're a hobby reader, if you're reading for fun, no, bro. Fuck that book. Get it out of there. There are so many books. Like, you're never going to read all of them. You're really going to waste your time on a bad one? Nah.
Yeah. And then try and get it out of your library. Don't hold on to them. So that's my problem. It's like, oh, I'll just keep it for a rainy day and then I'll pick it up later.
I went through all of my books recently and I pulled all of the ones off the shelf that when I look at them, I feel like it's an obligation. And I'm getting rid of them. And I feel really weird and bad about it because I feel like I should read them. But I'm like, but I never pick them because I feel like an obligation. Like, there are plenty of books on my shelf that I want to read. Those are all staying. But the books where I was like, I got this because I wanted to read it like 4 years ago and then I haven't touched it. And now every time I look at it, I feel guilty.
Yeah. And then if something happens and you later want to read it, get it from the library or go buy it again. It's okay.
I pulled one out of the stack today because I watched who was I watching? Somebody. And she was talking about Notes on an Execution, which is one that I wanted to read and then didn't read. And
I think you would like it.
About it. So I bounced on it. But then I was watching Booktuber and she gave it 5 stars and was like, this book slaps, this book bangs, and was talking about it a little bit. And I was like, I think I do want to read it.
I gave it 2 stars.
Back on the shelf.
Oh, I gave it 2 stars, but I think you would like it.
Okay.
It's incredibly written. Like it's a very well written book. And I do think it's interesting. I did the disgrace of like starting it and then I put it down for a really long time to like do other obligations. And then when I came back to it, I was like, it's just not. This wasn't the right way to read it.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, I know that it's a one and done. I'll keep that in mind.
And also, I think it won't take you very long to get through. It's definitely like hard hitting, but
okay, me just tossing things all over my apartment. I even have the hardcover. It's so pretty, and it's got, I don't remember what it is, but it's got like the textured pages.
The deckled edges.
Yeah, like this is cute. So
Dude, I think I have an arc of that I still haven't read it.
I think you do
I'm
too. Because
awful.
I think we've talked about we should read this for like a book club or something sometime, just so both of us finally fucking read it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really
and then we
good
have it.
discussion book. There's a lot to talk about there.
You're right. You're so right.
We
so
should do
right.
the 5Bs book club, which is the bonus Big Bad Booty Bitches book club, and it's just me and Alea reading books that we've been saying that we would read with each other for like fucking 3 years now that we haven't touched.
Dude, I was thinking if I ever start a Patreon, that I might make a second book club and make it like my original thought was like, okay, we have the normal book club and like we read some weird shit. We read like some female serial killers and whatever.
Yeah.
But like book club for Patreon could be like the really weird shit where people are like,
uncensored.
What the fuck is that? Yeah. Like we could read like that weird romance I saw the other day. It was called The Satyr's Wood, and I was like, yeah. That kind of shit where you look at it and you're like, this looks like it could be bad, but it would be really fun, you know?
Y'all heard about the one that, and I'm sure you have because apparently it was popular on TikTok for a second, so I'm sure it's hit your neck of the woods. It's about like I almost don't even want to say it, the Minotaur milking farm.
Oh yeah, that's on my TBR.
I found out about that because my friend sent me a TikTok and was like, found a book for you. And I didn't, so I opened the TikTok and I was like, God, dude, hey. But I do want to read it.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's on my TBR.
No, Sam. Actually, you know what's so funny is there's another book in that series. I gotta pull it up. Hold on. And
Satyr's Wood series or in the Milking the Minotaur?
No.
Although I will say the Satyr's Wood cover is interesting.
Isn't it?
It's very, very large.
There's a new version of that cover that's more cute. Where's
The
this
one with
cover? This one right here.
her over his back or shoulder.
Yeah.
That one is cuter.
That one's cuter. That's the one I saw on Instagram. I found some new Instagram people who were recommending like monster romances, but there's this one that's like book 4 in that Morning Glory Milking Farm series. It's called 2 for Tea. Welcome to the Azathe. I don't know. Listen, that's not the point. This cover, this guy looks like a dust bunny, and it makes me laugh every single fucking time to the point where Peyton and I, on the honeymoon, we're talking about like how I want to write a monster romance series and like dead ass have a dust bunny monster romance that I write.
Let's go.
I think that would be so funny.
I agree. It's not like it's out of the realm of possibilities anymore.
Bro, yeah. That guy on book 4 looks like a dust bunny though, dead ass. I have no idea what he's supposed to be. But
what is this satyr book called? Because every time I try to Google it, it's just showing me the little wood satyr, which is this very cute moth. Which, like, it's cool, but that's not what I'm looking for.
It's The Satyr's Wood, Dangerous Monsters by S.J. Sanders.
Yeah, I've read that author before, and their stuff's pretty good. Anyways,
honestly, 2 for Tea is kind of giving like Grim Reaper Wraith.
Right? Like that's the kind of shit I see and I'm like, that looks fucking weird. I would like to read that and giggle about it with somebody, you know?
I mean, satyrs in mythology are like the horniest motherfuckers. Like it's bad. They're bad.
Like Phil from Hercules. Hated
like,
that I said that's Danny DeVito. I did not need to go there.
But that's
The Pixies Chosen is also a crazy cover.
I gotta look at that. Wait, the Pixies what?
The Pixies Chosen.
Oh, here we
by
go.
S.J. Sanders.
Oh wow, they've got quite a few books.
Yeah. Which one did I read? I read there was a demon one. Oh wow, they have more than I thought. Ooh, this one looks cute. Stealing the
I'm just looking at that
heart.
one. I was just looking at that.
This.
She looks like a Disney princess. Oh wow.
I gotta read
that. Something.
Their hands compared to her waist.
This one looks good.
Those are two vastly different vibes.
Dude, yeah.
Same
That's
author.
really funny.
Different vibes.
What is this one? There's a lot of things to unpack here. Anyways, but yeah, that's the kind of weird shit. I'm like, maybe not for everybody, but like for a Patreon book club, just reading like stuff I've been meaning to read and then like the most unhinged books that I can find. What a combo,
What combo?
Yeah.
That would be fun.
I think that would be fun.
I do think it would be fun.
This one
also-
curly strand of hair is driving me insane.
Honestly, you're all good. You got the beanie. That's all you need.
Got the beanie. My
You're all
Thrasher shirt, very Halloweeny.
Oh my
I
god.
lost my hat, so we're doing this.
Richie's got the
Nose.
mask.
It's a nice little
You see the little
nose hat.
nostrils?
Yeah.
Jesus. Can you actually breathe with that thing
It's
on?
kind of like an alligator. Kind of looks like a crocodile.
You're so correct. I can kind of breathe. But mostly because it's so big that, like, if you look inside, this is where my mouth goes, this whole empty spot.
Oh,
That is, like, fully, like, this is all
enclosed.
hollow. So I have, like, a spot that's right next to the little nose holes where I can
Okay.
get my stuff done. For anybody who was not watching before and only just now saw me, I'm so sorry. I just realized. Happy Halloween, everyone. Also, this
Yeah.
strand is so long that I can.
It really is so long.
Oh my god.
Well, the intent was because obviously we're not going to wear this, so it's like an over the shoulder,
Oh.
so it's down on the side of my tutu, which worked perfectly. Actually, it is the perfect length for that. But it does mean when I put it on, I die. Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, no, it's perfect for a rave because the last thing you want to do is hold anything ever. So
Yeah.
it does make sense. Especially because it gets hot, so like wearing a mask will last for 3 photos and then done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out there wearing nothing but a tutu, a corset, and one of those mesh shirts that like cuts off here. That's like full mesh, dying of heat stroke. And I was
Ooh.
like,
The
one of my
rave
friends was there in
so
a
good.
leather cat suit. I was like, girl, are you dead? And she was like, I'm packed in here like a wet seal. I don't know what's gonna happen when I take this off.
Like a
Yeah.
wet seal. Oh no.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
imagine
like-
being in that and then you have to go pee in a porta potty. Fighting for your life. Absolutely.
So it was all inside. They did have bathrooms inside, but the women's like line was so long that she just walked into the men's and you could hear the like, whoa, hey, like she walked in.
such a different state in Oregon. Oregon, you walk into the men's and they're like, okay. Like I've done that so many times. We have a venue called the Cuthbert, which is like an outdoor venue.
Yeah.
But I just follow Austin right into the men's. I'm just like, you stand guard and we're fine.
Cool.
I'm not waiting in line.
At this point, I almost forget that like gendered bathrooms happen because like my work doesn't have any, my house obviously doesn't have any, and I mostly go to gay bars, and like so many gay bars just have unisex bathrooms that like I go to a place and I'm like, women's, what the fuck? I'm, like in the Applebee's confused. Whatever.
That is really funny. All right. What's the vibe? Do we want to do another sprint? Try and get some
I'd
more
be
shit
down.
done?
Yeah, I'm down. I got nothing
down?
planned for today. It's only 4:00.
Cool. Okay. Do we want to
Yeah,
do a
we'll
30 or a
actually
45?
I'm down for
Can we
either.
do a 45? You all up
Yeah.
for that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That gives you 45 to start on your new book.
Mm-hmm.
What are you reading?
It's true. Me?
Yeah.
I'm reading what the hell is this book called? Why can't I remember
Something
any book
Flesh.
titles today? Good lord. Yes, thank you.
Something flesh and there's
Yeah.
an eyeball and a flower.
Yeah.
That's all I got from
Yeah.
it.
It's called Of the Flesh. Oh my
Of the
god.
Flesh,
This is
okay. It's like
Hello?
short stories.
18,
Cool.
18 stories of modern horror.
Is it the same author or is it different authors?
I think it's different authors. Let me see.
Sick,
Yeah, it's all
okay.
different authors. But there's some in here I've heard of before. Okay, do you remember
That's 83
Um,
ratings.
Yeah, nobody's talking about it. It just came out,
No
and
one's
I
read it.
couldn't find a copy anywhere, so I had to get the ebook. But the author of Mother Thing has a short story in here, which is
Okay.
pretty cool. And then also Mariana Enriquez, who wrote, oh God, what is that book called?
She wrote Lost in the Fires or something, I think.
Yeah, she also has a new
Short
short
our
story
share of night.
collection. Yeah, she has a new short story collection called Sunny Days for, or Sunny Place for Shady People. And that one looks really good too.
Okay.
What else did she write? I feel like she wrote another really popular book from a little while ago. No, I can't remember what it is. Oh yeah, she also wrote Our Share.
Authors.
Yeah, she wrote Our Share of Night too.
Oh, okay.
And so she's in here. Yeah, the other ones I don't really know, but I saw those two and was like, okay, this seems cool. I don't know why nobody's talking about it.
Bridget Collins is a fantasy writer, and Amelia Hart is a historical writer.
Huh.
So it's interesting that they're in this.
That's fun.
That is fun.
When I was Googling just now, it kept trying to be like, did you mean Tender is the Flesh? And I do need to ask if either of you have read that one.
Have
it is
not.
on the TBR.
Same.
Okay. I have read it. And so when you do, tell me and we'll talk about it.
Oh, okay. I'll come prepared for the next live show.
I liked it, but a lot of people did not, and you know what? I get it.
My
it
friend
felt very
recently
like
read it.
underneath to me, where it's like fantastic writing, but it's not like I mean, obviously you don't really have jump scares in books, but it's not like a jump scare horror. It's more just like that feeling of dread kind of horror. That honestly kind of reminded me more of like George Orwell than it did like Stephen King or anything.
Yeah, my friend recently read it and he was like, don't recommend. That was a lot. And I'm like, I could have told you that, pal. Like, when you said you were interested in it, I would have immediately said, not for you, maybe. You don't really read a lot. That's like jumping into the deep end.
I worry sometimes that I'm a little too desensitized because everybody said that Tender is the Flesh was like disgusting and it was so gross. And I, meanwhile, was reading it like there's like a part in the book where they're talking about all the different ways that they like prepare like the human meat to like sell and whatever. And I was like, this is really fascinating, like just completely unpaid.
I think it's also just like that separation of you're reading fiction.
It's a book.
And so you're like, yeah, pop off. Like, say whatever you want. You're a book. Like, you're not, it's not a true crime story.
When I read, and I guess this isn't a spoiler because the author himself put it on his Goodreads review for this book. There is a dog in this book. You can see the dog right here. And Andrew Joseph White made a point to be like, don't worry, the dog doesn't die. The dog is fine. And I was like, well, okay, first of all, that's great and all. Second of all, he gracefully glanced over the fact that there is an incredibly violent dog death that's described in like graphic detail. It's just not this dog. So that's crazy. But secondly,
wild.
There was a part of me that's like, I understand like kind of not wanting to see like animal death in movies and stuff, but to me, like death or like gore in books, I'm like, brother, that's words. Shut the book. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. And like, listen, keep doing trigger warnings. Like, let people know what's going on. Because if you don't want it, you don't want it. But for me, it's just never really been like a thing. Where I'm just like, I don't get.
Oh, I read The Haunting of Ashburn House, and a lot of people were like, be careful with it. There's a lot of animal cruelty. And it's like, that kind of stuff happens. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know.
Or like, currently I'm reading It Will Only Hurt for a Moment by Delilah S. Dawson. And it's like, kind of like a culty art community where broken people go to get fixed or whatever. But it's like twisted and dark. And there's been like a murder and a snake cut in half. And they're like, oh, it's so bad, the animals. And I'm like, it's not that bad. Like, the possum was dead in her cabin when she got there and there were maggots. Like, I'm sorry, that's not like gruesome horror, but okay.
That's kind of the other thing too, is if you're reading horror and you're totally down with people getting axed up, but a dog gets like its paw stepped on, I'm like, what's What's up with you? I want to study you like a bug. I like.
Oh, you can
hey,
study me
chime
then.
in.
I
If
don't.
you're one of those people who doesn't care if people get hurt in like books or movies, but you deeply care if an animal gets hurt in books and movies, what? Okay, what's up? What's up with
It's
that?
not that I deeply care, but if it's like a cat or a dog just like brutally murdered, like Nick Cutter loves to torture kittens.
Okay.
And I'm just like, but why? I don't want to hear that. That's sad. That's so bad. But also when humans die, it's like, well, that sucks. Sorry.
Like that's and like listen,
Very much
incredibly
I
powerful. And I do
I
love
love
that
a
for
cat.
you. I just don't get it.
Well, here's the thing, like humans have more agency than a cat. Like if a cat gets killed, they have
It's like
there's
the
no power
innocence
there.
thing.
Yeah, like there's no
Okay.
power
Okay.
there. Just you're just doing it to be mean. Whereas like humans, there's a lot of nuance there. There's discussion and like
Okay.
I can
Okay.
understand
That
more.
actually makes a lot of sense.
That's my way. And also it's like thinking of a cat dying is just sad. Like I get sad driving to down the highway and I see roadkill and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. Like I get sad.
Because, like, to be fair, before I sound like some callous asshole who doesn't care about pets at all, like, if I see roadkill in real life, I am deeply saddened by that. I don't like animals dying, obviously, but, like, I don't know, just, like, it is kind of wild to me when, like, people will, like, refuse to watch, like, a gruesome horror movie, but not because of the gruesome stuff that happens to people, because they, like, heard a horse dies in it, and it's like, huh.
Yeah, watching people die is vastly different for me than watching, like, or, like, reading it in a horror book. Like, in a horror book, I'm like, so silly. Like, in Mayfly, when Maeve is killing things, like, I'm just like, all right, girl, pop up. Like, this is so fun. This is great.
Yeah.
But when it's, like, watching a slasher movie, I'm like, ooh, I don't want to, too much. But I was like, I'm worried about death. Yeah. Like, me and death don't understand each other. Like, my grandparents both died, like, within months, and I'm just, like, far removed from it. I'm like, I don't feel, my brain doesn't process the same way that they're gone. And so, like, for me, I'm like, dead people are kind of just, I just haven't texted them in a while. Like, this is whatever.
Okay.
So, that's also just my sick little brain.
Go off. We love that. I don't know. I've heard listen, I don't know if it dies, but I've heard there's a scene with a mouse in this book that I have to watch out for. Is that right? This is the book, right?
Yes.
I'm so worried. Hey,
buckle up.
Possible spoilers, even though I haven't read the book, so I'm just theorizing and I don't actually know. I'm so worried this mouse is gonna go right up her ass. I'm so worried they're gonna put this mouse right up her ass. With all the stuff they've been talking about putting things up in there, I'm so worried. By the look on Alea's face, I feel like I'm on the right path. Because, like,
you're on a similar path, but it's so much worse than you think it's going to be. So I need you to buckle up and prepare and book that therapy appointment right now.
I'd rather they kill the mouse, to be honest, than put it up. Get him out of there. Maybe this is my life. Maybe I need trigger warnings if you're about to put a mouse up your ass. That's what I need.
I do hear you. You're not wrong.
Yeah. Well, it's really bad. It's really gross and awful. It's really bad. I remember I finished
and then it's over.
Yeah, I finished reading it, and then every once in a while, like the next month, I'd be like driving down the highway, and it would just come to me, and I was like, man, I wish I could get this out of my head. It's just burned right into my frontal lobe. I'm driving down the road like, man, that fucking scene with that acid in that mouse was really fucked up.
That's how I feel about the road. See, for me, I don't feel like fucked up about this scene, but like the scene with the ears will just live in my head in like the best way. I'm just like, that's so funny to me. And it makes me laugh every time I think about it. Anytime I pitch the book, that's what I tell them. I'm like, I will tell you nothing else about this book except for this one scene.
I started today, like on sprints, and I'm this deep in. So like I might be getting there in the next sprint. I don't know how it's gonna go.
Oh, so good.
Is she gay for Kate? What's happening there? I mean, I guess you don't have to tell me because I'm reading the book, but like, am I just being gay and reading that vibe? Is that what's happening here? Am I gonna get gay baited and then she's just gonna hook up with Gideon, the straight brother, the whole time, and I'm just gonna have to deal with that emotionally? Damn, fuck. It's crazy. It's crazy to sit there and be like, and her hair is the most red of any hair I've ever seen, and we have this special relationship, and she's the only person I care about in my life, so I'm gonna fuck her brother. Like, what kind of bring it on nonsense?
I think I think Sam's right. Like, I don't think she's straight.
I
But
love that was compared
also-
to Bring It On.
What?
Cheerleading
Tell me,
square.
tell me what. Listen, and you know I love Cliff Pantone. You listen. We are ride or die for that man in this household. He wrote her the Bon Bon song, and it changed me at age 7. But she and Missy are like gonna bang the whole movie, and then she's like, "Convenient that you have a hot twin brother," and it's like, no. You don't have the chemistry with him. He's just there. What are you talking about?
Yeah. But no, I don't think Mayfly is straight in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not
Some
straight.
could argue, but I wouldn't.
I wouldn't say it's straight, but also there's a lot of like straight spicy scenes happening.
Okay.
So like
okay. Listen, bisexual icon maybe. I just wanted to make sure that I knew what I was getting into before I dive into this book expecting some gay shit to happen and then nothing happens.
Yeah, it's not tagged queer. It's not talked about being queer. It's very much
Okay.
like read it and then decide for yourself type of ambiguously
Okay.
queer type of horror.
mhm.
But
Okay.
in my humble opinion, I'm like, that girl is definitely not straight.
Listen, I can get down with that. That's fine. It's like Underneath. Like Underneath wasn't gay, but like
But so yeah.
All right. I want you to finish Maeve. So we need to do this
do
this here
45
sprint.
minutes.
Yeah, let's
We'll keep you here all night until you finish.
We
We want
will.
to see you cry on live.
I'm not allowed to turn off my camera anymore, guys. Please.
Dude, I do want to know what's going to happen when you get to some of those spicy scenes, though.
I'm
I
on
simply-
page
yeah, like, I
119 right now. I've read 119 pages in, I guess, an hour 15.
Yeah,
There's only
literally, like,
276 pages in this thing. Like, realistically, if we stay on for a minute, I could finish this book.
We might have to because I don't know when we'll see each other next. So
Actually,
I'm
so
gonna
true.
need those thoughts.
That's true. Well, we can always schedule some more sprints.
I'm down.
I have
You let me
I've
know.
got a lot going on my channel because I
Yeah.
am paying a stupid amount of money for it. So I would like to benefit from said
Mhm.
program until I switch to OBS.
Yep.
So
Yeah, are you switching to OBS? That's what Peyton uses, and it
I-
sounds good, but I don't know.
it feels like a lot to set up, and once my brain understands how to use it, it'll be nice. But
Mhm.
$45 a month for StreamYard is a little bit steep for me.
Yeah.
And if I go
Mhm.
pitch with friends in like a group of 4 and
Mhm.
pay like 20 something, maybe I can keep it. But like 45 just for me is too much. Yeah, I can't.
So fair, so valid. I know. I did the year one, and I was like, this shit's expensive.
Yeah. No, they've recently changed it. It used to be 25 a month, and then they got rid of that first plan. And so now
Mhm.
they bumped it to 45 or 80 something. And I'm like, I
That's crazy.
simply cannot pay for that by myself. So if I get 3 friends to go pitch on the $83 plan, sure.
Mhm.
But OBS is also free. I just don't know how
Yeah.
to use it.
I don't know. OBS looks cool, but I don't know if I can use it with a Mac, or if
You
that's
should be
gonna
able to.
Can I? Okay.
Yeah, it should run fine.
I have to look at
But
that.
yeah, it's just like a lot for my brain to be like, okay, there's going to be different tracks, and like I have it downloaded. I've had some scenes set up. It's just like I know how to record a video there, but when it comes to streaming, I don't know it. I gotta
Yeah.
learn.
No, I totally get that. But also, can't you like change the backgrounds out and stuff? Like I've seen some cool templates that look really dope.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Yeah, you
more interested in that part of it too,
Yeah.
like how it looks. So
Yeah, no, I've been making a lot on Canva, even for like StreamYard though. StreamYard's kind of gotten better about it,
mhm.
probably to be more competitive. And my October sprints, I'm like, these are so cute. Just got
Yeah.
cute little images.
I agree. All right. Let's do it.
I will read the whole time, I swear.
Same.
You got this.
My goodness.
Stop.
This is Miss Nellie Belly.
She's so cute.
She's the
Oh,
cutest
so
thing I've ever met.
small.
She's sleeping in her blankie because she's a
so
princess.
small. As she deserves.
Hi, Nellie. How you doing? She's like, I'm up and I'm ready to party.
Mm-hmm.
Look how poofy she is. Look at this baby. She's poofy.
Oh,
Hi, poofy.
look at that little face.
Oh my god.
We've only had her for a week as of today. So she's itty bitty.
I do love the influence I have on you. It has made my whole life.
Sam made me buy 2 cats. So really it's all Sam's fault.
And they're the cutest things you've ever seen.
They are. And they're such sweet little babies.
Nothing but pure happiness.
Are you awake? Are you getting the zoomies? Oh my goodness. Okay, Miss Mary.
My cat is lying right where I'm trying to sit. Hi. Hi, kid.
Yep.
Was that her?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
She's precious. Are you precious? She's like, where am I? I woke up in a different room. Yeah, this is who Rigby's beefing with. Like, what?
She just wants to play.
Yeah, this. He's beefing with this. What?
Wait, hang on, wait. I know, baby. What do you think?
Hi, Maisie. Dad and Nellie.
Look.
Friends.
Oh.
Are you making friends? Good girl.
I would hold you up too, but you'd be mad and leave me, and I would take the cuddles instead.
How's everybody's reading going?
I've read 35 more pages.
Nice.
So I'm 44% in.
Okay,
Rad.
okay. I don't think there was a worse stopping point that we could have found, to be honest. She's in the car with Liz and Andre right now.
Oh.
So
you don't say.
is here. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
The fact that I haven't gotten to the mouse part yet is scaring the hell out of me, though. I will not deny that.
It's coming.
I was so sure. I got to one of the spicy scenes, and I was so sure it was going to happen then, and then it didn't, and I was like, okay. But now she's broken up with him, so maybe she does it alone. I don't know. Maybe she'll get back together with it. Who's to say? Yeah, it's absolutely going off. I'm on page 205.
It doesn't really slow down. Once it starts ramping up, it's just
full speed ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only have 66 pages left.
Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot in those 66 pages.
Yeah. Given that like everything you've told me about the book hasn't happened yet, I'm a little nervous for the next 66 pages.
Yeah. Have you gotten to the scene with the guy and the cocaine spoon and the eyeballs? No?
There was brief mention of eyeballs and spoons, but it wasn't a
thing.
Production. So I'm gonna say probably not. Her grandma is still kicking it right now.
Okay.
She just missed the medication, and her grandma has bed sores, and so she's very upset right now. I did laugh out loud when she said, "Hello, Mr. Bateman." I was like, yeah, all right, all right. I also think it's incredibly funny to be set at Disney
Yes.
and to just rely on your knowledge of Disney content to just go forth with that. Love that a lot. Yeah, I am liking it a lot.
Good.
Thank God.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel after the next 66 pages. Because once it hits, it really hits. And then you get to the end and you're like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
So-
This feels like, I don't know why I keep doing this, where I keep coming onto sprints and reading books that are like, okay, we're going along. I think I see where this is going. And then it just is like, and like just blows up in the last like 4 chapters.
Yeah.
Because reading those on sprints is like maybe not the ideal way to do it, to be honest. And I keep accidentally doing that to myself, so.
Well, it's hard to
This one
tell.
has teeth horror, and it's disturbing me. I'm just like, oh, I
Okay.
don't like that. That's my irrational
Yeah.
fears. My teeth just falling out.
This the sex scene where she ripped out his tooth in the middle, I was like, you know, I've never really thought about not liking that before, but I can't say I like that. So
You know, that like haunted house, but it's just a torture house that they're
Yeah.
reopening for Halloween. It's kind of
Uh-huh.
like that. It's like some people enjoy it, I suppose.
I would be so scared of haunted houses if it weren't for the fact that they can't touch you. The only
Yeah.
thing that gets me through haunted houses is the fact that I'm like, well, I know they're not allowed to touch me. And I went to a haunted house where they are allowed to touch you one time. And like, listen, I gotta be honest, like, I would highly recommend going once. Because
Stop.
it
She's
is
so cute.
it is a new level of adrenaline. But also I think the once is good for me. I was walking along and a dude was in a cage and he's like rattling the cage bars and I was like, well, he's in a cage, so we're good. And I walk past and he drops on all fours and reached under the bars and grabbed my ankle and I was like, okay, all right. Okay.
You know, I've been
I was,
chased
like,
once in a
13
corn
or something.
maze, and that was enough. If somebody touched me in a haunted house or a corn maze, I would simply die. I would also fall to the ground and just hysterically cry.
Oh, I cried for sure. For
Yeah.
sure I cried. It was very fun and they like, you know, great. They were great at their job. I also think, this is a tangent a little bit. Hey, if you're the type of person who starts swinging when you get scared, like don't go to the place where people are getting paid less than minimum wage to scare you.
Yeah.
Because they certainly do not deserve to get punched by your dumbass because you don't understand cause and effect.
Yeah. No.
Like, simply don't do that. I have so many friends who have worked at haunted houses and been like, yeah, you end up with like typically like a broken nose and like a few black eyes every year. And I was like, every year?
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Yeah, not paid
people
enough for that.
fucking throwing elbows in the haunted house, girl. Don't do that.
No. Etiquettes, people.
I'm
You
saying.
have to know the place that you're going. Be chill.
There's in Boise, there's a place called Haunted World. And I have not been in years, but when I was a teenager, I used to love Haunted World. And one of the things that I love the most about it is that they have a pig. She is so cute. I'm
He's
trying so hard
the
to
way
stay
that
focused.
Dude, I
the
know.
way she reached out her little paw.
She's a little angel from heaven. She was like, oh, me? Are you talking about me?
I can't with kittens. They're just too cute.
She's so
It's
cute.
like a different level of cuteness. Now, Richie, you want to read a bad graphic scene about a cat like that? No. My heart
Fair,
just can't do it.
fair. All right. That's fair.
The cat yawns and I cry.
Okay. So Haunted World. The scariest thing that they have there is they have a real pig that they've like covered in fake blood, and he just kind of like rolls around, like hangs out. But like, first of all, I'm not one of those city slickers, so I don't know if this hits for people who have never seen a pig in real life, but if you've seen a pig in real life, you know they're fucking huge. They're so much bigger than you think they're going to be.
Absolutely.
And they will really fuck you up, like for real. And this dude is just walking around, no gods, no masters, just hanging. And I love it because everything else about Haunted World is like solidly not scary. It's like dads dressed in devil horns, and like they have one dude with the chainsaw with the chain taken off being like, haha, like it's not scary. But this pig is just there. And I love that it adds like just the tiniest little element of like, you could really die at Haunted World. Who knows? What if today's the day the pig decides? Like, I love that. I think every haunted house experience should have just a real fucking pig. Because we're not.
It's so funny.
That's
No, my little brother has an award-winning pig. So
you know
Yeah.
how big those boys get.
yeah.
wow.
That's
They're
so
mostly
funny.
chill. I mean, nothing has ever happened to my knowledge at Haunted World. The pig has been decidedly chill for 15 years or whatever. But
They'll also
the
eat
first time is
literally
the first
anything.
time, right?
That is sketchy. Well, I DNF'd that book, and then I was reading the horror short stories one, and it was good. It's good so far. Hi, did you want to hear the review? Yeah. Yeah. But it's good. The first story is about a woman who I hate her. She's awful. She she had an affair with a guy whose wife was dying of cancer and going through chemo. And then the wife dies and comes back and haunts her ass.
Valid.
Ain't the way.
Because this girl, the affair girly, she intentionally made sure that the husband was not present when his wife died. Erased the missed calls from his phone, and boned down with him on purpose so the woman would die alone because she was jealous AF. Literally, go rot in hell. I hope her ghost drowns your ass. Fuck you. But it was
the
a good read.
juxtaposition of what you're telling me and this cat. I'm like, yeah, you're telling me something
you're
horrible,
an
but also look at the baby.
Yeah, you're just a baby. She goes, I'm
That's
a
wild.
baby. You're a baby.
She is so fluffy.
She is so fluffy. I keep having to brush her floof because she gets stuff in it. You get stuff in your floof, huh? You little monkey.
Oh
Little
my
monkey.
god.
I know, dude. I saw
No.
a picture of her on the Craigslist ad, and I reached out and I was like, her specifically. I want her. Not that her sisters weren't cute, but like, she was on another
That's
level.
the one.
I was like, that's the one. And I was like, can you save her for me? I have to work some crazy long hours this week, but I can get her on Saturday. And the people were like, yeah, I'm going to be so real. I bribed him and paid him more for her because I was like, that angel,
That's
mine,
fair.
dibs. Yeah, you tell him.
Oh my gosh.
Are you
Ready
trying
for
to find-
adventure.
She's like, well, I'm waking up. She's a climber, big time.
Oh yeah.
Good for her.
Aren't you? She's like, maybe this is a good spot. We'll see.
So precious.
Oh,
Where are you going?
exploring, bro.
There's a whole world out there.
Yeah, everything's still new. Everything's new, huh? Do you want to go run around? Don't mess up your brother's stuff or he'll be pissed. Cool? Be free. Oh. She's never been in the living room before, so she doesn't know where she is. Which is fair, but that's because it's usually Rigby's area, but she's
they're
cool.
sharing the sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Miss Nellie. She's a little cutie.
She's so cute.
Isn't she so precious? Oh my god. Yeah, that little angel kicks my other cat's ass on the daily through a door.
So funny.
She's a queen. Anyway. Love her. But she's getting all acclimated and everything, so I'm ready for them to like be chill so we don't have to separate them 24/7 because that's a lot. But we shall see.
Does she
I don't
sleep in the room
remember.
with you right now?
No. Nobody sleeps in our room.
No.
Nobody.
Good for you.
Nobody. Me. That's it. Nobody.
She's the only one. Our black cat is the one that we've had the oldest out of all of our animals. She's the only one that I will say can sleep in bed. And when
Aw.
Austin's not here, Severo, my dog, can also sleep in the bed. But we don't tell him that. Because I make his dog sleep in the dog bed.
Ooh, tea.
Severo's like
Ooh,
half the
poetry.
size of Finn. So he actually fits on the bed much better. Because he'll just curl up by your feet. Whereas Finn is like human size, will just take up a whole person's spot, but also has to be up against you. And you're like, but I don't want to cuddle.
Yeah.
When I was like 20, I used to dog sit for this this family that I knew, and they had 3 dogs. 2 of them were Labrador retrievers, and then one of them was a mutt, but was like the same size. And the woman who, you know, the mom of the family was like, "Yeah, you can let one of them like sleep in the bed with you, but only one." And I was like, "Okay, for sure." But then I felt so bad because the other 2 were like in crates, and I was like, "Well, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
I can't do that. Come on."
Oh,
And
yeah.
so I would let all 3 of them sleep in the bed with me. But the problem with sharing a queen size bed with me and 3 Labrador retriever sized dogs is my back hurts so bad after every time I dog sat
Yeah.
because
They just
I'm
get
like
the bed.
contorted in the worst possible way. It's
Oh.
like they're all on
Yep.
me, and I was like, "Okay, great."
Yep. I'll
Pain
wake
in the
up with
way.
my cat just like on my like chest, and I'm just like, "Good morning. I am highly allergic to you, so this is going to be a bad day for me. But thank you for choosing me."
You have that many cats and you're allergic to cats?
Yeah, but she's the only one that can go outside, and I'm also
Oh.
allergic to just about everything outside. So when she's in the grass and then comes in to lay on me, like if I don't
Ooh.
wash my hands, I'm gonna have an allergic reaction. But
Yes.
she's worth it.
Sometimes you gotta suffer for the art.
Yeah. Also, like if I try to make her stay inside, which we've tried, it don't work. She is she kind of runs the house.
Mm.
She knows how to get under our skin. She's like, "Oh, you won't let me outside? Fine. Your clean laundry basket is exactly where I'm going to use the bathroom." You're like, "Could you not maybe?"
Oh.
Yeah. She refuses to use the litter because the other girls use the litter. She's very picky about it. So she's like, "Nope, outside only."
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. She's a butthead.
My cat is old enough now that she loves to get into the litter box, prop her back feet up on the edge, and then just pee right off the side of the litter box onto the floor. I'm like, dude, thank you. Thank you so much. That's so sick.
Wow.
That's great.
All of them.
Fun.
Yeah,
Cats are great.
they're a party.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't had accidents yet. We did have that one day where Rigby was mad that we were leaving town again and wiped his
Okay.
poop all over the floor. That was fun.
Oh, no.
Well, and then you caught him eating, what was it, marshmallows in
He
bed?
was, yeah, eating marshmallows in bed. That was the same morning. We were supposed to leave for our flight in an hour, and Peyton comes in, and I'm trying to shower, and he's like, "Did you know Rigby's in bed eating marshmallows?" Brother, if I knew that, I would have done something about it, don't you think?
That's so funny because cats don't have like sweet taste buds, so they
Yeah.
typically don't like sugary things.
I've never
That's
seen him do that.
hilarious.
I don't know why, because I think it was after the wedding, we had a bunch of like stuff all over the house, and there was a bag that got left on the dining table, and it must have had marshmallows in it. And somehow he got in the bag, got them out, took them to the bedroom, and ripped a hole in the bag without anybody seeing him.
Cats be like that.
How did he do that? And so we took away the marshmallows, and then he was still annoyed. And then he wiped a big poop smudger all over our carpet in the living room. And I was like, dude, dead ass, I need to leave for my honeymoon on a flight in like an hour. Please stop being a menace. So I had to call my cat sitter, my friend, and was like, hey, Rigby's being a butthole and he's throwing a fit and I feel bad. Like, can you check on him before, like right after we leave? And my friend was like, yeah, no worries. I'll like come over and spoil him. And then I get a picture of Rigby sitting on my friend's shoulder, licking their hair, like aggressively licking it, like a video of him just like, like slobbering everywhere. It's his new thing. He likes to scream at 6:30 in the morning outside my bedroom door. And I have to get up and hold him and give him like some chicken. And all he wants to do is be held and lick my hair for like a good 5 minutes. And then I can go back to bed and he doesn't give a shit. But if he doesn't get his 6:30 a.m. hair licking from mom, then it's a problem. And there's hell to pay.
So funny. My cat Hinata loves specifically and only like recently washed wet hair.
Oh, fun.
She'll dry it for you. She will like rub up against your hair and just like lay on it and just like eat it. It's excessive.
Huh.
And you're like, girl, please get off of me. I just showered. But it's so cute at the same time that I'm like, I can't be mad at you.
That is funny.
But yeah, she loves wet hair.
It's weird. I don't know.
I do have to say, I love the concept. Like, I love talking to my cat like she's like just a person, and the concept of you just turning to Rigby and being like, "Dude, dead ass."
I was so annoyed, but I also felt so bad because we'd already been gone, and it was like the one day we had in between like the first part of the trip and then flying out for the next bit, and then we were late coming back. I felt really bad.
Yeah, they can hold a grudge sometimes.
Oh,
like when
yeah.
we travel, like we'll leave the food out, we'll get a house sitter for the dogs, and the cats are fine. Like they don't care. But then when we get home, they're like, "How dare you?" And you're like, "What? Why do you dare?"
When I went to the wedding, I came back and my cat decided that she's best friends with my sister now. She was like, "Oh, sorry. Don't even remember you. That's so unfortunate. See you later." And just like would only, and my sister was like, "No, I've been watching her all week and she's not giving a shit if I lived or died. Like she has not hung out with me all week. It was just when you got home, she started hanging out with me." It's like, oh, cool.
Great.
Cool and fun. Thank you.
The attitude of a cat is just unmatched.
Unreal.
Yeah, for real. Rigby's got some tood. The little one's got tood. What's with the tood? What are you doing? Where are you?
Makes life exciting.
Oh, never a dull moment. Never.
No,
Never.
it's really not. It's nice to have, entertainment in the home.
Well, and they're fun. It's nice to come home to like a little furry critter and they snuggle and stuff. And half the time I fall asleep because Rigby snuggles on top of me and he's so warm. It's like a little heater. And then I just fall asleep.
And their
Like
purrs
7
are like
p.m.
healing or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a
My
laser
cat
pointer.
was-
We got a laser pointer from our cats because they were told that they're like approaching fat. And I was like, okay, I guess we'll try new toys. So we got a laser pointer. And Hinata is obsessed with it because we'll play with it for a little bit and then we'll stop. And she will sit in the hall just looking everywhere for like 3 hours. And then she'll walk away and then she'll come back and look for it again. I'm like, I think we're breaking you. I think there's something wrong. I don't think you're supposed to be that obsessed with a little red light going around.
That's funny.
But yeah, that's her obsession.
I have to ask, are we doing another sprint?
You want to do another one?
I'm down. Are you down? You got
you can
probably
finish
got
the
like
book.
stuff to do, but
Yeah.
listen, I genuinely, if we did another 45, I think I could finish this book.
I think so.
Should we do it? I think we gotta do it. Okay. Well, the thing is, we have to be here to comfort Richie when they finish this book because they're not going to be okay.
Exactly.
I'm being real.
I'm already like a little sad. Like when she was at the park, like right after she got fired, and just like walking around, I was like, this is like fucked up. Like I don't. This sucks. I'm so upset right now. Also, I think I can't remember which one of you it was, but one of you basically mentioned that like it is a serial killer book, but like it's a book about a serial killer more than it's like a book about like the killings or whatever. And like that is so very true. Like I almost forget she's a serial killer most of the time, to be honest. So
Yeah.
You're about to remember here in the last few pages.
Well, yeah, sure sounds like.
You can ramp up quite a lot.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I'm so literally the last thing that I read before it ended was Liz's head lolls against the window, connects with a dull thud. I turn up the volume and singing. She's singing along with the song about being a psycho, and then it says Andre's drool dribbles down his neck and onto his crotch. It's the end of the chapter, and then you show back up, and I was like, okay, great.
Okay, let's do another 45. Where's my little timer thing? I need to bring Rigby back out because he's pissed off that I put him in the bedroom. Even though I didn't put him in there, he was literally already in there and I just shut the door for a second.
Like, that's impeding on his freedom.
Oh my god. Drama. Why is my boy cat such drama? I don't get it. Like that, I did not sign up for that at all.
I love that for you, to be honest.
Okay. We're doing it. We're doing the thing.
Let's go.
I got to the mouse part.
I feel like we need to decompress right now.
I feel like I got hit over the head.
I couldn't stop watching your reactions the entire time.
Alea, I got to the I part. I finished it, so I got to all the parts. I got there. We did it.
Okay, well, I gotta
Just
know.
end this.
It was actually kind of wild. I spent most of that sprint just being like, and I'll read a couple words, and then I'll check on Richie, and then I'll read a couple words, and then I'll laugh at Richie. I couldn't look away. Oh, there was so much happening. I did read about like 12 pages or something, so I did something. Most of it was just eating Pringles, fighting off my cat who loves Pringles, and then watching your reactions.
What the hell? What the hell?
It was the sunglasses and mask for me.
Listen. Guys, my review of Mayfly.
Gold.
Yep, 5 stars. I don't.
Yeah. No notes.
Dude, what the hell? That was some real Romeo and Juliet shit at the end there. I was like, if you took like 1 second. That's a good tragedy, man, when it always had to be this way.
Oh yeah. Hits you like some bricks. You're just like, wow, okay. I didn't want that actually.
How about that mouse scene, though?
Well, it didn't go up her ass.
Affirmative.
So I guess I was wrong.
Hey, it's unpredictable.
It is.
That
Yeah.
was
This book is anything.
That was out of pocket. Completely.
Okay. So a lot happened.
Mhm.
The mouse was like actual like visceral disgust. Like I think that was the first moment in the book where I was like, "Oh no. Oh god." Like that was also, I did laugh at the ears part, Sam. You were right. That was very funny. I really liked that.
It's a good part. It's a good scene.
It's really
It's a perfect way to pitch this book to someone to be like, well, imagine you're following a serial killer who worked at Disney. And they made Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, well, because okay, here's the thing. I'm a dumbass, so I hadn't like I was thinking of them separately, right? I was like, oh, she works at Disney, haha, that's so funny. And then I know the mouse scene is coming up, and it was when she was like, "It's a mouse, isn't that great?" I was like, "Oh my god, oh my god, dude, come on." That was pretty great. Honestly, the Kate scene, I there was a part of me that because so much was going on, I was like, yeah. Okay, we get it. Yeah, sure, for sure. All right, have your moment. Like I was surprised because I had liked that so much throughout the book. And I honestly think that was like really well done because ordinarily I would be like, we have to like zoom in and like be like, wow, she's like finally saying all this stuff and whatever. And like at the moment I was like, you don't even listen. We're so far past that. Like, yeah, sure, okay, bye. Whew. There was a part in the book also, and I wish I had like bookmarked the page or something, where they were like, yeah, there's a bartender with like a nose piercing, and you can tell she came from somewhere in like Idaho or Utah, and she's got that like, I used to live around Mormons and now I want something darker. And I was like, all right, okay, chill the fuck out.
What? Did that touch nerve?
So that kind of got my ass
Did you
together.
feel a type of way about that
I
one?
mean, as someone who moved to Vegas when I was 17 after growing up in Boise, Idaho, a town that is famously Mormon, yeah, it got me together. I'll say that.
Yeah, my new friend Chloe has been telling me about. She works in Boise, but she doesn't live in Boise. But she's like, yeah, I have to tell people that I'm local and like have been born and raised here, or else they won't tip me, and they'll give me like rants about their politics. And I'm like, oh, well, ain't that something? So I'm really excited to visit. It's gonna be really fun for me. Right after election month, yeah, it's gonna be really cool. I'm just gonna stay in my lane.
I'm gonna be honest. I get called a faggot on the street. I shouldn't say that on your channel, but I get called that.
I think we're so far
gay,
in. Nobody's gonna. YouTube's not gonna watch far enough to find the words.
But basically every time I go to town, that happens. So like,
It's wild.
It's not my favorite place. But it's yeah, I don't like it very much. I don't really have anything. I was gonna say but and try and like save it. No, it sucks. It's pretty rough. And then the people who live there will all try to tell you like it's so much better than it was before. And I'm like, so here's the thing. If I had to perfectly encapsulate Boise, Idaho into one anecdote, it would be Boise, Idaho, and this is true, has the only Anne Frank memorial in the country, which is crazy and really great and like really wonderful. And it got vandalized by the neo-Nazi group during the pandemic and completely covered in swastikas. So like there's high highs and low lows.
Yeah, no, that checks out. That sounds right.
Yeah.
I would say that Oregon is pretty like conservative in the outskirts, but Portland and Eugene make up such a vast majority that like the people I'm mostly around are cool, but then like you leave your safe little bubble and you're like, oh, we've got opinions. We've got opinions we should speak. But I'm so blessed and thank God for where I live. Because I simply don't have the spoons to deal with people ever. Like my people at work are like scandalized enough when my shoulder is showing in my outfit. And they're like, we can see a bra strap. I'm like, it's a tank top. We can chill. And like that's as scandalized as my work gets because you know, old people. But yeah. I could not.
I will say things are looking up. Though I was in like here in Minnesota, I was in a Target the other day. I found a list of baby names that I made when I was like 20. So me and my best friend were going over it to see if these names are like cringe as hell. And as we're rolling down the list, this old man comes around the corner and he goes, ladies, ladies. And we're both non-binary, so both of us were like, uh-oh, we're about to have to fight. And he goes, just name him Michael. Guys, get it over with. And my friend goes, is that
your name?
And he was like, yes, it is. And then he walked away. And I was like, there's something, like, that's hysterical. But there's something so genuinely charming about this old man in a Target thinking he heard two lesbians arguing over what to name their child. And instead of, like, hate criming us, he just said to use his name.
Name him after me. And you'll have a story to tell forever.
And then after that, my friend was like, well, dang, my stepdad's name is Michael. And I was like, yeah, my dad's middle name is Michael, actually.
My boyfriend's middle name is Michael, and his dad is Michael. It's very common. Can't escape it.
That is really funny.
Yeah. Shout out to Michael, though, in the Target. Yeah, I prefer those interactions greatly over anything I have been handed in Boise, Idaho, a city where I got fired for being gay in the year 2019.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Sam, I'm not in Boise. I'm not in Boise. I'm in northern Idaho. I haven't been to Boise, but I've only heard bad things. So there's that.
It's dinner time.
Yeah.
Wild. Yeah, no. My friend Chloe was just telling me all about it, and I was like, this is just absolutely crazy. Like, I know it happens in the world, and I'm not like stupid and oblivious to it, but like because it doesn't happen in Eugene to the same extent, like it's very microaggressive if ever. And so I'm just like, oh wow, people just like really say stuff with like their full chest.
Oh yeah.
No fear of consequence. Like, okay.
Yeah. Well, because everyone's got a gun, so they can pretty much say whatever they want because everyone's packing. So
Yeah, if you leave
Mhm.
outside the major cities, yeah, that checks out.
yeah.
You just don't go to those places because there's nothing there. So you just
Well, and
don't
that's
have
the
to
thing is like the
gotta talk to
problem
them.
is that's the main city, right? Like so
Yeah.
like normally people are like, oh, you just avoid the small towns, but there's not that much to go to anyway. But in Idaho, it's like that's the
That's it.
capital.
That's
Yeah.
all you got.
Everything's there. Like,
Yeah.
and Moscow's cool.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go to the zoo and see a snow leopard.
Zoo's
Cool.
fun. Zoo is
That's-
fun. Do like the zoo.
That's like the extent of my like trip. I'm like, okay, I have an event the day that we're driving there, and then I'm gonna go to the zoo. That's
Cool.
it.
No, the zoo's slapping. Next to the zoo, there's a history museum that's pretty cute. There's also a park. You're not going in the summer, so you won't get to see this. But at the park, they have like the swan boats, and you can like go out on the lake in the little swan boats. That's cute.
That
Love
is
that.
cute. I'll keep that in mind for a summer vacation. But
There's
summer in Idaho doesn't sound fun. I'll be
It's
really
not.
honest.
It's
it's
not.
hot.
It's
Yeah,
hot.
It doesn't really get that hot in Oregon. So,
Oh
like,
yeah, it was popping like 106.
Yeah.
in
See, like that kind
Boise.
of stuff. Like we maybe get to like 102, 103, and that's like in a bad day.
Yeah, no, Boise's
perks of
hot,
being
and
in the
like I hate to
valley.
be this guy. At least it's a dry heat,
That's true. Florida,
but
uh-uh.
102 is
The
hot.
humidity,
Dry, wet,
yeah.
it doesn't really matter. Like that's hot.
Yeah.
It be.
Oregon's just it's a different breed over here.
Mhm. Well, I got a reading update. I just read a weird story in this
Let's
horror
go.
collection. I like it. It's good. All the stories so far have been good. But I read a story about a woman in a world where people don't have hands and feet. They just have nubs. And at the end of the nubs, there's bone. And then it's like a thing, like a status wealth fashionista thing to get like a pairs surgery where you get like mechanical hands and feet like sewn onto your appendages,
Yeah.
and walking around with like no hands or feet is seen as like going in bone, and people think it's like really gross and weird.
I have a question.
Yeah,
How you walking around with your nub feet?
I guess they just can, and it's like not a problem besides the
Alright.
like public shame that you get if you do it. I don't know. It's weird. But then like all the poor people have like almost like glove hands that like aren't attached, and like the skin tones don't match. And so anyways, and then there's this rebel group that just goes in bone all the time and like doesn't wear any like covers over their bone nubs, and people think they're really like rebellious and weird. It was quite the
I feel
scene.
like weird is a maybe correct descriptor.
Yeah, it was weird, but it was good.
Weird.
Who wrote it?
Who wrote it? Let me look.
Have either of you read The Memory Police?
No.
No, I have not.
Do
haven't even heard of it.
recommend. It's literary, but it's weird literary. Where like, I think it's a fictionalized like Japanese type of setting.
Oh, I've seen this cover.
Yeah, where like they
Yeah.
have the memory police and they're like in a secluded little area and things start disappearing, like they take them away and then they
Mhm.
can't say the word anymore.
Right.
And that feels, not to like, spoil too much, but like does remind me a
movie's-
little bit.
A movie's in the works for it
Oh,
with
Ooh.
Lily Gladstone.
I'll be honest, I don't know who that is because I don't do actors.
They
but-
are an actor who was in the movie Killers of the oh my gosh, if I could speak, Killers of a
We're
Flower
going through it
Moon,
tonight.
which is a very long, very sad movie that she absolutely bodies. I'm gonna be honest. She's up against Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro, and she's eating them up. And it was buck wild crazy. They shouldn't win the Oscar. But she's in your movie, and Charlie Kaufman is the screenwriter, and he wrote Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, Adaptation, which is one of my favorite movies. He wrote Anomalisa. He wrote I'm Thinking of Ending Things, which are all very like weird, trippy.
Fits the vibe. Fits
That
the
might
vibe for
slap.
sure. But yeah, good book. Good story.
Wish they'd give me a little I'm on the Wikipedia right now, and I wish they'd give me a synopsis instead of just saying that it's like dreamlike and melancholy and then giving me a full plot summary. I would actually be really sick.
Wouldn't that be something?
All right, word. Memory Police. I'll look it up.
A surreal, provocative fable about the power of memory and the trauma of loss. The Memory Police is a stunning new work from one of the most exciting contemporary authors written in any language. But it's kind of considered sci-fi dystopian, so I think you would like it, and it would count as sci-fi.
Love a dystopia. Really
We
do.
continue down that path. But it's actually a very interesting story, and the whole like nubs thing, it's not the same. Like they don't lose their hand because that's not how that works. But it just kind of reminded me of like the story a little bit. It's a bit of a stretch, a bit of a leap, but
also, I'm sorry if you said who wrote that short story. I fully was not listening.
No, it's by J.K. Chuck Woo, who I've never heard of, and cannot find anything on Goodreads about them. So I'm deep diving.
Oh, powerful.
Because
they're like dating somebody, and so they just kind of got an in to write a short story.
No, this is her.
Oh,
okay. Apparently, wrote a book called The Unfortunates, and another one called Against Enough. I've never heard of either one of these.
And they're not on Goodreads?
That
seems like a crime.
No.
Racism.
Oh my god, has an MFA from Brown University. Yeah, I think she knows how to write. Holy shit. Hello.
Cool. The Unfortunates is an edgy, bitingly funny debut about a queer, half-Nigerian college sophomore who, enraged and exhausted by the racism at her elite college, sets out to find the truth about the Unfortunates, the unlucky subset of Black undergrads who have been mysteriously dying.
Cool. Okay, I guess this author is on Goodreads, but they put dots in between the J and the K in the first part, which is not how it is in the published. Stupid. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to read more of this author's work because that was really good.
Go off.
Yeah, this collection is interesting. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this because it's good. It's genuinely really good.
I'm definitely more intrigued to pick it up now.
I think you would like it.
Ever find it.
Right, yeah, that was my thing. That was my thing. But maybe it will start being a thing. I feel like I've been reading a lot of good short stories lately, which is kind of cool.
If you have any suggestions, you should send them my way because I love a short story.
Yeah.
I've been reading a lot of novellas.
Yeah.
It's been my month.
Mood. I love novellas too. Yeah, this collection's really good. And then I was reading that other one that we found at Moon Palace, Richie. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, the one about the animals.
Yeah. What is this thing called? Hello? Goodreads, please. Why am I fighting for my life with my Goodreads right now? Hello?
No, that seems right. That's how Goodreads be.
What the hell?
I recently read the novella Guillotine by Delilah S. Dawson, and it is just pure eat the rich, and it is beautiful. Ooh. It's so short, so quick. Gruesome, but beautiful. It's like, yes. Bad rich people getting what they deserve. Here for it too.
You may not have an opinion on this, but I'm curious if y'all agree. I feel like Eat the Rich books hit so much harder than Eat the Rich movies because Eat the Rich movies, it's like, well, it was made by rich people. You're all rich people who are acting in it right
Yeah.
now, so I don't know that I really believe you, but
Yeah, and the
work, I
movie's
guess.
budget's like a few bajillion dollars, and you're like, yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Like,
Thank you
cool,
for
for
giving
sure.
me.
And
Yeah.
like, let's be clear, I'll still watch them. I've seen The Menu like 4 times, but do I believe you? Not
Yeah.
really.
Just gives a little level of like just how out of touch actors really are. It's like there are actors who aren't billionaires who would love an up and coming role like this.
Yeah.
But
Could be in this, but who am I to judge? I honestly think I noticed it with The Menu because I read The Menu script when it was on the blacklist, and which I don't know if y'all know what that is.
I've heard about that. I think you talked about it before.
I'm sure I've talked about it with you because I love the blacklist. Basically, every year, a bunch of scripts that like haven't been made into movies yet, but people have found and like think are really, really good, get put onto the blacklist. They have like a top 100 or whatever scripts that they want to see get made in the next year, and a lot of times they do end up getting made within the next couple years. And I read The Menu, and then like 2 years later, the movie came out, and I just liked the script so much better. And I was like, this is so weird because like it's the same thing. So how come I feel so uncomfortable watching this? And then I was like, perhaps it's because Anya Taylor-Joy is like just not that believable to me as like a not rich person. Like she like ooh, I don't know.
yeah, love her to bits and pieces, but like once you're in Queen's
Oh,
Gambit, you're not normal.
So good.
You're
so
like
good in the movie too. Like fantastic actor, love her.
yeah, like you're just beyond another level at this point.
Do I buy her as not a rich person? Not particularly, but like work, Queen.
Also, this is the short story collection I've been reading. 50 Beasts to Break Your Heart. It's really good. It's very good. Richie, we found some really good books at Moon Palace.
Yeah, we
Is it
did.
like mini stories of monster smut or
No, it's
romance normal?
It's like spooky short stories. So the first one is about these 2 girls who have a sapphic relationship, and they work at this weird like highway attraction called the Eternal Staircase. And they say if you work there too long, then you start to go mad and get really obsessed with the staircase, and it has no bottom. It's very strange. It's weird. It's weird, but it's really well written. I think you would like it, Sam. I think Richie, I think you'd like it too.
I figure when you get out here, we'll just do a trade. You give me that one, I'll give you the sapling cage, and we'll call it a day.
Sounds good to me.
It's like the best part about having friends who read. Like, you just borrow it, and I can borrow yours. Then I always know what I can get you as books. Easy gift.
You are so right. I feel like Richie and I trade books a lot.
We do. I like trading books with people because it actually makes me read them, because I lose books all the time to people just fully keeping them for like 2 years and never giving them back to me. And like work, that's my own fault because everybody does it and I should really stop giving my books to people. But when I get a book from someone, I'm like, I got to read this in the next month or I'm going to forget it exists. And so I read more when I borrow books from people. I will say Alea, not one of those. Alea has given back every book that she's ever borrowed from me. So we love that.
Good.
Do I always read them all? No. I read some of them and then I forget. But I give them back.
Yeah.
But
my mom just built a
when
shelf.
You forget, you're like, well, here's a back.
Yeah, no, I like brought like a stack of books to my mom and I was like, for you, as you're getting back into reading, and here's things that I think you'll like that I've read. She's built herself a bookshelf to put in her room and everything. Like she's getting into it.
Okay.
I gave her underneath. This is where we talk things out. Like a couple Riley Sagers, you know.
Okay.
Just hitting all the beats of like some horror thrillers, and then I was telling her about Does It Hurt? And she's like, no, that's what I want to read. And I'm like, I wouldn't have pegged you for dark romance, but okay, Mom, whatever you say.
Okay. My mom used to be a huge reader when I was a kid, And I don't know, she's got 7 kids and is like a teacher, so she's like, she's mostly just reading Junie B. Jones these days and stuff. But when I was a kid, her Nora Roberts collection. My mom is the reason I know what a Blaze paperback is. I used to steal her romance novels when I was in like middle school and take them to school, and me and my friends would be like, hee hee.
Look at us. Look what we have.
But that's why I read the Suki Stackhouse series that the show True Blood is based on. I have read all of those books because my mom owned all of those books.
My mom read 50 Shades of Grey and said I wasn't allowed to touch them.
Work.
Okay.
Little dark, but my grandma died, and I went to her basement because I had like things in her basement that I was like, I want them back. And I found a copy of 50 Shades of Grey in her room, and I was like, hey, you know what? Hey,
Yep.
hey,
Yep.
I'm just gonna leave now.
Yeah, no, when my grandma died a month ago or something, and my mom's like, do you want her books? And I'm like, no, I don't want her mystery books with detectives that are like 40 books in a series. I'm not interested in that.
See, that's the thing, is she was very like number one ladies detective agency vibe. So what I was not expecting to find was 50 Shades. And I was like, you know what? I mean, get it, I guess. Like, happy for you, I think. I don't know. This is very weird. I was like, I don't really know. I don't know how to feel about this.
Interesting. You just never know what you're going to find.
You really don't. And that's why all the girlies have Kindles.
True.
Honestly, you're so right.
Throw that shit in the trash. Don't even.
This thing, you'll never know what I'm reading unless it's a library book. I did decide, like, I want the covers to be my front screen because it looks nice. And then I'm like, wait, I'll just make sure it's face down all the time so no one can actually see what I'm reading.
Mm-hmm.
Great for vlogging, bad for public.
Yeah. A flashback to me, and I guess I've already said it, so it seems a little hog wild to return to calling it the F slur. But there is a book where that is just the title of the book. It's by Larry Kramer, and it's about like queer relationships in the 70s. It's like a very cool, like pre-AIDS look at what like gay male culture in New York looked like. And I would read it at work. And then it was always like some 40-year-old dude who would roll up and be like, "What you reading?" And I was like, nothing. I don't know how to read, actually.
Actually, never read a book before.
Yeah.
Got my job at the bookstore. Oops.
Yeah, we used to read some weird shit on the clock.
You worked there for the coffee.
Yeah. We didn't have.
Didn't even have.
Nope.
The coffee that you buy before you go in to like set the atmosphere and the vibes. That's why you're there.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
The books. Yeah. Have either of you read "Bury Your Gaze" by Chuck Tingle?
No, I need to though.
I am so excited for it. I think authors like CJ Lead is one of the narrators in it.
What?
And I'm just so intrigued by it.
Okay.
That's high on my list.
Don't look at that.
Yeah. Love Chuck Tingle. Just have a
really like Camp Damascus.
Oh yeah.
That was a fun time. Fun is not the correct word, but often when I'm like talking about books, I'm like, it was fun or it was interesting or I was entertained or whatever, but like half the time I use the wrong word. And I'm like, it was so fun. I'm like, well, it wasn't fun because it was a dark topic and it was actually kind of sad, but like I had fun.
Understood.
That's gonna be me talking about Mayfly. I'm gonna be like, oh dude, it's a riot. I mean, it's well.
I know. Yeah. I feel like I say that I like Mayfly too much and people are like, get help. You know what I mean?
Listen.
Sorry.
We're always flashing back to me telling someone that Lolita was one of my favorite classic novels and him blocking me immediately. And like, listen, he's right. He's right for that and he's fair. And if he can't hang, he can't hang. That's fine. But like sometimes books are about bad things and they still kick ass. That's just how
I do absolutely love that he said red flags.
Yeah, 100%. He was like, sorry about that. And you know what? Good for him. Have to respect someone who knows where their boundaries are. But
yeah.
I recently watched a video essay about like student-teacher relationships that started with Lolita and then how everyone has completely misinterpreted it and been like, look at how hot and sexy. Look how good.
That's why I like Lolita so much is because Lolita Lolita is like a perfectly crafted novel. It is so good because it starts out, and I think also the thing is a lot of people don't read the introduction and then think the book is going to be something completely different, because the introduction is a letter from a doctor that's like, yeah, so this dude died and he was like in prison for like pedophilia. So like we have his diary, and like basically we're just going to use it as like a teaching tool to try and like get in the heads of these creeps so we can like stop this from happening. Anyway, enjoy the book. I feel like people don't read that part because they start out by telling you like what you're supposed to feel about this, and then the entire book is his diary, and it's awesome because he is telling it like it's a love story, but then he'll say some absolutely out of pocket stuff where he'll be talking about how hot the girl is and blah 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 and whatever, and then he'll be like, yeah, and her like little 9-year-old knees are skinned, and you're like, oh. Like, Vladimir Nabokov is so good at reminding you every single time anything sexual happens at all, like, hey, this is a kid. Like, he's fantastic about it. So
And
the
he's
book
also
is
loud and
disgusting.
proud. He's loud and proud that he's against the like way that it's been interpreted, like how the book covers have changed to have like the little girl and the lollipop and or the sunglasses, and he's like, this wasn't the vibe. This is wrong. I'm pissed about it. And I'm like, hey, I'm glad that you're vocal about this so people hopefully can figure it out.
I spent too much money on a copy of a book that didn't have a little girl on it, so mine just has a flower on the front. But that was on purpose because, like, no, the book is not like, and the entire time he's talking about her, and he's like talking about, it's just like, yeah, it's super weird. Like, ever since we started hooking up, like, she cries all the time, and like, she asks for her mom, and like, she seems like she's going through something. I don't know. And then he just like goes on. And it's incredible because you, as the reader, are supposed to be like, yeah, dummy, because yeah, what is wrong with you? But most people are like, this is gross. And you're like, okay, all right. Work, I guess.
And then we all love Ezra from Pretty Little Liars.
Also, stop casting adults to play teenagers if your show is going to be about. Let me back up because that was about to sound awful. Stop. Like, you can't cast adults to play children in these points if you're trying to make it actually about like
the actors are actually too close in age.
Yeah,
and
they're like 2 years apart, and so you're like, well, this doesn't look weird at all. Like,
but then the movie with Jenna Ortega and that one dude that's much older, and everyone was up in arms, and it's like there was somebody on set to make sure boundaries weren't crossed. Like they did probably the most safe way you could, and everyone's
100%.
pissed about it.
And also did it the right way because listen, I'm not here to say 19 is an adult. Like, I'm sorry. Listen, shout out to all the 19-year-olds. You guys are great. You guys are doing awesome. You'll get through this someday. But like, that's a whole kid.
Yeah.
But it is legal. It's not a like 14-year-old child. Meanwhile, in the actual Lolita movie, the girl in Lolita the book is 12. And they were like, we can't do that. People will be grossed out by that. So they cast an 18-year-old. And they just like aged up her character. And I was like, well then don't make the movie. At that point, I guess that's what it's coming down to. Is like, don't make the movie. If you're scared to show that stuff, what are you making the movie for, King?
Yeah, it goes against the whole like conversation that you're trying to have.
If you're trying to have a talk about it, let's talk about it. And let's let it be gross and weird and awful and disgusting because it is. And if you're not trying to have the conversation, then shut up and stop throwing money at it.
Yeah, and if you're concerned about the actors and stuff, there's people on set for that. There's like on-set counselors and therapists to make sure everything is done in a very safe space.
Yeah.
Like, it's handled with care, at least nowadays. I can't speak for old movie sets, but
I can speak to this in 2018 because when I was 20 years old, I was playing a high schooler in a show and had to kiss a kid who was 15 years old. And yeah, first of all, gross, hated that. But second of all, dude, everybody on Earth was on that set. We had an intimacy coordinator, we had the director, we had the assistant director, we had the stage manager, his mom had to be there, like everybody on Earth was there. We had like 3 weeks of just like writing essays about like what he was comfortable with and what I was comfortable with. We choreographed the scene based on like, we basically got a model of the human body and we're like, hey, like black out the places that you don't want to be touched at all. Like, it was such a process. It took genuinely like a month for us to get to the point even where we rehearse the scene. They put work into it. They put time into it. And was it so gross and weird? Absolutely, obviously. It's never going to be fun.
Yeah, you're never like, I'm comfortable in this situation.
No, absolutely not. It was nasty until the day we finished. But it was like, there was work put in. And there was, we had like a therapist on set for him. Like, there were so many things put in place to make sure that this kid was fine. And not only that, there were a ton of things put in place to make sure I was fine.
Good.
Because they were like, hey, it's kind of weird that you have to do this, and you probably feel a little uncomfortable right now. So I had someone I could talk to if I felt weird about it, which I did.
Good. I'm glad
like, yeah, no,
that
they
was done
have
in a
things put in
safe way.
place.
Yeah. But also, people are now against intimacy counselors because they're bad at their jobs or whatever. It's like, okay, pals, whatever you say. But I just need to vent, and since we've been live for 6 hours and nobody's gonna fucking watch this or be in the chat, so I don't have to, be too worried about it.
Yeah.
My coworker, whom I don't typically like, thought that it was totally okay to excuse somebody my age, I'm 25, being with an 18-year-old who got pregnant at 17. And I was like, no, actually, like, there's no way in any way, shape, or form any of that is okay. But he's also well into his like mid to late 40s, and he's like, yeah, sometimes I date the strippers who are like 20 years old. He can't get them, so I know it's a lie, but it's so uncomfy.
Inappropriate work conversation. Hello? No.
Yeah.
First of all, why are you talking about that at work?
Almost daily, he doesn't know how to stop.
He's bringing up the strippers on the daily?
Oh, it's
HR? Hello?
We don't have an HR because we're too small of a business.
Sounds about right.
HR is just like the office manager, but this is the same coworker who retaliated against another coworker he just didn't like for funsies and got him fired. So
cute.
Yeah.
I gotta say, even if it weren't like morally reprehensible and illegal and gross, I'm 28 right now, and there is nothing on this earth that an 18-year-old could bring to my life to improve it. I don't understand I don't get, like, there are so many adults in the world. So many of them. What's good? Like, what?
Yeah.
Because it's not, like, obviously, it is terrible. But there's also this part of me that's like, so when I was 21, I started teaching high school. So I'm 21, I'm teaching kids who are 18. Those were kids. Like, they even at that young age, where I was like reasonably with it. I mean, it'd still be weird and gross, and obviously I was their teacher, so I couldn't. But like, if a 21-year-old's dating an 18-year-old, you're like, okay, loser, but you're not like, okay, that's a
yeah, it's like, okay, you're all in college at least, most likely. So,
but even then, I was like, those are they called me mom, dude. Like, what? Like, what? And when I was teaching, there was a teacher who I like knew and worked with. She's 26 years old. She got popped for hooking up with one of the juniors, one of the 16-year-old kids. And I was like,
I just don't get it.
I just don't I was like, I think he's a kid, and I'm younger than you.
Yeah, I don't even want to be friends with people that are 21 anymore.
No.
Like, if you're less than 21, don't talk to me. If you can drink in a bar, I'll accept the conversation.
That's the thing. Listen, you don't have to go to bars, but you do have to be able to get into a bar for me to want to talk to you. I'm almost 30. Like, I can't.
It's just like,
I have nice conversations with the teenagers at my work where I talk to them about applying to college and congratulate them on their extracurriculars. And we don't hang out.
No.
Because why would I want to do that?
Yeah. Have you seen that graph of the study where it was like, women as they age, like whom they find attractive, and then the men's graph? And my coworker is the definition of that, and it stresses me out. I'm like, you're not safe to be in society. I don't know what to do.
I will say I'm very grateful that like I had a dad who like is into women his own age, which is like the bar is in hell, but like I'm so glad that I didn't grow up with like a parent who thought that younger women were attractive, because like he was always like, that's so gross. I'm a grown-up, dude. Like, why would it? Ew. to the point that like he and my mom got divorced and he started dating someone new, and I was 21, 22 at the time, and I was like, how old is she? And he looked at me and he went, who do you think I am? She's older than me. I was like, hey, King,
Hey,
damn.
in a world where MILF Manor is a reality TV show, questions sometimes need to be asked.
Yeah, but
I'm just
like, I'm
covering
like,
the
that's
bases.
so, I mean, I don't want to be like, he's the dad of the year for simply not hooking up with teenagers, but like, I am glad that that's the
Yeah.
environment I grew up in, is that it was weird to want to do that.
Yeah, thank God. Because I couldn't imagine if my dad was like, yeah, this is your new stepmom. She's like a couple years older than you.
Yeah,
Especially
nah.
when they're younger. I don't understand. Even like if they're like 30s or something, 40s, but still close to my age, like it's still too weird. My coworker has a friend who is 37, dating a 70-something-year-old man. They have 2 babies together. She's got 5 kids from another marriage.
Wow.
Unmuted just to hit us with the wow.
Oof.
Listen, I'm not trying to, like, you know, I'm an adult. I got a fully functioning brain. If I wanted to date someone 40, like, realistically,
My
that's
brain
a
is
thing I
fully
could do.
developed this year.
Let's
Same.
go. But, like, there's always that part of me that's like, how come women your own age don't like you, dude? And, like, if I could give teenagers any piece of advice, it would be, like, really think about why girls his own age aren't into him. Because I promise you, if you're an adult and you have the option to date another adult, you'll take it.
Also, if you're a female who's a teenager or raised with feminine gender women's society stuff, you're not more mature than men, and that doesn't mean you need to date older men because you're on the same maturity level. I was spewed that BS so often, and also just like the whole "you're so mature for your age, you're just a old soul."
You may be mature for your age, but you know what you are? Still your age.
Yep. And guess what? Still have kid thoughts and still act kid-like. You know, it just doesn't.
And I'll tell you, you also you don't just because you have been told that you are mature and that you were raised to mature quicker than boys, I'll tell you that a lot of that, what that actually means, is that you've been raised to erode your own boundaries to make other people comfortable. And that's not like a great position to be in mentally when you're entering a relationship with someone who inherently has more power than you. Just kind of not the scene.
Yeah,
Take it from
no.
experience.
Yeah.
It's not really the move. Because eventually you are going to have an opinion. And whether that happens 3 months into dating or when you've been dating the guy for 7 years and suddenly you're 26 and you have a fully adult brain and you're like, I have opinions on things now. They're not going to like that much because they like you, not because you're mature, but because you're very, very good at that stage at making other people happy, which can be a skill, but it has to be learned to be deployed appropriately as opposed to being your natural state of being. It's okay to be a bitch sometimes. It truly is.
Honestly, everyone needs to be more bitchy.
I think that's a good spot to end the live on. Because I need to go eat another enchilada.
Good for you.
So fair. I should probably cook myself dinner. So
you should.
We'll do this again at some point.
Yeah, we will. We'll have to figure out when the next sprint thing is. But Sam, I know you have a bunch of stuff on the docket already for your channel. So
mostly Wednesdays and Saturdays work for mine. Okay. But Wednesday, I know, Leah, you already said that you were down.
Yeah, let me know. Are we doing that? Was there a lot of people who said they were down?
You, Nerdy Nat Reads, Natalie.
Yeah.
You know her. Cool. And then Princess, who was on BookTube and then left BookTube, and now she's back, but not fully BookTube, but like she said that she'd be down. And I'm like, okay. She's in California, so I know that she'll hang out. So yeah, that's kind of my lineup for now. And then of course, I'll extend it to Daphne and Eliza if they want to hang. Richie, if you want to hang.
I'm always down.
Yeah, always down.
But yeah.
Wait,
I will-
Sam, I'll put my phone number in the chat real fast. I
Private
just
chat.
realized that we
Private
yeah,
chat.
no, read it, actually. Not
It's one
in
of
the
those
chat,
things-
sorry. In the private messages
Private.
between us.
Yeah,
Sorry
private,
that
private,
everybody.
private.
Sorry, it says private chat and comments on our side of things, so I'll put it in the private chat. That's my phone number, so you can.
God,
have
I wish
that.
I could type my own phone number. I simply am fully aware of that crook. That's correct. Like,
Cool.
yeah, that's not my zip code fully, or the area code at first. So I was like, well,
Cool. Yeah, let us
what if I-
know what's up.
Yeah.
And I'll think more about readathon stuff and future sprints and let you
Yeah.
guys know what the plan
Let us
is.
I'm always down, especially on weekends or Wednesdays. Those are like my easiest non-work days, so it's just YouTube stuff. So yeah,
I got
now
Sundays. I could do Wednesdays.
now this is done, I'm gonna go edit a fucking video.
That sounds good.
Godspeed.
Dude, yeah, Godspeed. All right.
I'm gonna go recover from Mayfly.
Yeah, let us know if you need to talk that through some more. That was a rough one.
I am so glad that we got to be here for you though, and like I got to
Yeah.
watch the emotional roller coaster you went on. There was a point where your mouth was just so open that I was like, should I be an asshole? I'd be like, close your mouth, you're gonna catch flies. I didn't think about it, but I was like, people might be reading.
That is genuinely so funny. Oh my god. All right. Adios, everybody.
Bye.